Okay, good afternoon, Foxtrots. Hello, hello. Welcome to another episode of Shrine Talk. Today's episode is going to be centered around Elden Ring. We will be talking about, the general discourse surrounding the game. I'm pretty sure a lot of you has seen a lot of very vocal takes on it, complaints, and of course praise as well. So today's discussion will be centered around that a lot. Will be centered around that a lot today. Okay, so of course, my guest for today is none other than the legend himself, Miko Pod. Hiya, hiya.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you. Be it like casually doing sets, doing matches with the other moots, and for now, for today, not fighting game related, just to
I
yap
I
about a
know it's such
game
a
we
it's such
really
a
like.
change of pace to not be talking about fighting games for once.
Yeah. Let me give me a shout out real quick. And of course, as I always do, I wanna properly introduce my guests. So of course, Miko, kindly introduce yourself to the ones who do not know who you are.
All right, sure. Hello, hello. So my name's Miko Pod. I'm mostly a fighting game player. I stream from time to time. Mostly fighting games, Street Fighter. Sometimes I do some music streams, but for the most part, I'm just around yapping.
Yes. If you are not malding while kicking people's ass, be it in SF6 or Tekken, you are yapping a lot. You know what? It is fun to yap about shit you are really passionate about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now, obviously, as someone who is very passionate about, a lot of things, be it fighting games, other genres, or, other creative works, for today, it's going to be, well, an elephant that has kind of left the room, but I think, still needs to be talked about, which is, of course, Elden Ring's DLC.
Ooh, I am excited. I am excited to yap. I got a lot of
Yes.
thoughts.
Now, of course, before we get into it, I do want to give people a word of caution that this is not spoiler free. Spoiler alert. Here we go. So yes, for those who have not played Elden Ring or its DLC, and you still want to enter the game blind, this is your final warning that we are going to go into spoiler territory, mostly in part 2 of the talk. Because, as I always do, part 1 is usually the lead up, the build up to the meat of the topic, so that all the proper set pieces are in play before we actually talk about, the main topic. Of course, first thing I gotta ask, which I'm pretty sure will definitely give a bit of perspective for those listening and watching. So, what is the first FromSoft game you have ever played?
All right, so this might be a surprise, but my first was Elden Ring. Elden Ring was my
Wow.
first. Yeah. I was, I think I tried out like probably Dark Souls 1 or 2,
Mm.
like way back when, and I wasn't feeling it. I didn't feel it back then. And then I
Was
played
it?
Elden Ring
Mm-hmm.
probably like a year after its release. So I got to the party late.
Mm.
Fell in love with the game, and then ended up going through the classic from soft hole where it's like, damn, I like that experience is over. Okay, time to play Sekiro.
Nice.
And then from there, just it snowballed. I ended up playing. I think I played Elden Ring. I finished Sekiro, and I tried out Dark Souls 3, but I never got to finish Dark Souls 3.
Okay. Would you, when you say Elden Ring was your first FromSoft game, did you have any experience with, like, follow-up question before I answer my end of this question? Did you play any Souls games? Souls likes before that? Because some people have, like, before they play Elden Ring, they probably played a couple of Souls like games or games with Souls light. elements
Mm-hmm,
before
mm-hmm.
they, dip their toes into the genre-defining games from FromSoft.
All right. So, okay. I'm not entirely sure if my answer to this is gonna be accurate, but I played
Mm-hmm.
mostly like Metroidvanias.
Metroidvanias.
Yeah,
Okay.
so there would be a few that I'd play like every now and then that would have like a tag or a tag or like a genre as like Souls Light or Souls like. But
Mm-hmm.
this is something that we're gonna talk about a little bit later that I'm curious to pick your brain about.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
I never fully understood what actually defines like a Souls like or Souls Light. I would just think, oh, like really, really hard bosses, dark fantasy setting. I guess that's what the Souls like is.
Well, I already know how to extrapolate and well expand on that, but yeah, that will be for later. Because that is a funny thing, right? Like I think if someone can properly criticize or yap about anything, be it a very controversial or cold take, they have to know what they are talking about.
Yes,
Like I
yes.
can talk shit or praise the hell out of, say, well, as you said, a Metroidvania, but I can back that up because I actually know what defines a Metroidvania, for that matter. As for myself, the first FromSoft game, hilariously, that I did play was actually the 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 godfather of them all, the one that everyone says no fucking way you played that piece of garbage, and that's Demon Souls. Like,
Ooh.
yeah, Demon Souls. This was during PS3 era, and you can only imagine with all the games that are literally colored brown, orange, or washed out, games that are basically, that is when Sony started having that reputation of Sony exclusive game, right? Over the shoulder, usually a shooter, story narrative driven, right? That is when
Yes.
we got that's when Uncharted started getting its rap. That's also when RE5, RE6 happened. And of course, God of War was still really, really popular before it started getting stagnant.
Oh,
And then,
wow, that's a throwback.
yeah, that is a throwback. And of course, Sony platformers were still strong, but they were starting to get they were starting to lose their way because they couldn't keep up with, Nintendo platformers and of course fighting games. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting just looking at the cover. And I remember vividly, this was sometime after I finished Dragon Age. I was like, I need that fantasy itch again. And I thought the cover was cool and very foreboding, like Demon Souls. And then there's just a picture of, like, a knight with a sword and shield. I'm like, oh, okay, this is gonna be cool. And then I booted up. I booted up. I'm like,
I,
okay,
I
this
I can
game is
imagine
hella.
the jump.
Yeah.
I can imagine the
I'm like,
jump.
okay, this game is hella dark. I'm like, okay, I can create my character. Awesome. And this was during, like, when create your own character was starting to become a trend, right? Especially with people being introduced to their first Elder Scrolls game at the time, which is Skyrim. A lot
Yes,
of
yes.
people got into Bethesda games because of Skyrim. I knew them, like, since Oblivion. But yeah, like, I'm like, wow, everything is so dark, white, and gray. This sucks, but okay, cool. And I get hit by, oh, skeleton. I get slapped by stuff. Like, that's a quarter of my health bar.
It's
A
like
quarter.
every boss. It's like, am I the mob? Am
Am I
I?
the mob? And then I see the first boss. I'm like, okay, that's okay. This boss has a name and a long ass health bar. How much damage do I do? Like, I slap it with my dinky ass sword. I'm like, I I have to hit this thing, I think, 100 times to do any significant damage. I get one shot and I'm like, oh, I'm supposed to die to this. Okay, okay.
Yeah, I remember like playing Elden Ring and then like beating the first boss. That wasn't like the tutorial boss, like Soldier of God Rick.
Where
And I just beat. It was probably like Bofa. It was like Beastman of Fire Missoula. And
oh no.
I was just thinking like, damn, that was actually tougher than I thought it would be. And then I go online and then the Reddit, and then people are saying like, oh, if the boss doesn't have a cutscene, it's not actually a boss.
They can shut the fuck up. They can shut the fuck up. But yeah, and the funny thing is I never finished it because I'm like, at the time I'm like, there's no map, there's no quest tracker, there's no quest
Yes,
marker. I'm like,
yes.
where the fuck do I go? And if you're juggling rather a lot of games at once, which a lot of people do, right? Especially like nowadays, like one day you're playing Hades 2, the other you're playing Baldur's Gate 3, the other
Oh,
day
for sure.
you're like, yeah. So having a quest tracker is like, oh right, this is where I left my progress. Demon Souls like, no.
No.
Remember.
It's like Demon Souls. That was before that was during the time where like stage design wasn't that well thought of. Where it's like, oh, you want to go back to the NPC? Have fun backtracking.
Oh, NPC's dead? Yeah, they're dead.
Yeah, they're dead.
And
Oh,
then
you
there's-
didn't notice?
Yeah, then there's world influence, and then of course the bonfire system. I'm like, wait, I killed you. Why are you alive again? And then I just, every time I restore health and save, it respawns enemies. Shit.
It's funny when you were describing like the jump from like coming from like I don't know, like more traditional like role playing games and then jumping into a FromSoft game. I remember my shocker moment was like everything's so dark, everything's depressing, but my thing was like, why is it so lonely? Like I have no
That's
one
the
to
entire
talk to.
point. That's the entire point of a Souls game. It's supposed to feel like a solitary experience. That's why whenever you encounter an NPC that's not berating you or trying to kill you, it's like an oasis in a fucking desert. You're like, oh, thank you, an
Oh my
actual
God.
friend.
Something that's not trying to kill me.
An actual friend for once. Now, of course, as you mentioned earlier, right, one of the things you've always wanted to pick my brain is about like what defines FromSoft or a Souls game. But before we get to that, we gotta tackle one of the more iconic identities tied, and that is, FromSoft or Souls game equals challenging, or difficult. So with those words used quite interchangeably, I think it's only apt. Like, is a challenging game or difficult the same, or is it actually different? What do you think?
Right off the bat, I think it's different. I think they're very different things. And I think a difficult game. Okay, when I think of difficult games, I think of games that are sort of rigged against you, that can feel just unfair by design. Where it's like there's just a lot of bullshit. Like oddly, when I think of difficult games, I think of like rage games, like something like Jump King or Chained Together or Only Up, where the bullshit is part of the experience.
I see.
But when I think of challenging games, I think of games like FromSoft games where it does initially feel like bullshit, but then you realize that you are actually given all the tools to make it easy once you quote unquote get good. And I think that's part of for me, I think that's part of the charm of FromSoft games is that they're, for all their flaws, they are legitimately, at least in my opinion, challenging, where you can learn the systems, you can learn the game, and then once you end up like learning like how to approach the game, how to fight bosses, then it becomes really rewarding because you're able to overcome that challenge. What about you?
I definitely agree with just about everything you said, but I will add, like, the difference between, for me, like, just to put it right off the bat, yeah, challenging and difficult are not the same thing. Like, to put the perspective, just to take one singular game where both words can be used. Resident Evil 3 Remake on professional difficulty is challenging. On Nightmare is challenging. On Inferno, it's bullshit difficult. Like, explanation. That is because I feel that when it's challenge versus difficult, um when you difficulty can for me, if something challenging can be overcome by brute forcing it, then it's not really challenging, it's just difficult. Basically, it's like rinse repeat and hope for the best, then
Mm-hmm.
that's
Mm-hmm.
difficult, not challenging. And that is why like I really like the quote unquote paradox difficulty system of Souls games where there is no difficulty. Um every new game plus enemy damage and health and stats scale upwards so that it compensates for you growing as a character as well. But in other games, difficult is not exactly like we're giving you a challenge. No, all we're doing is Fire Emblem. I am looking at you. All we are doing is just like adding more enemies, cranking up the stats higher,
Yeah. Yeah.
and I'm like, well, so all you're doing is stacking the odds against me. Okay.
It just becomes a numbers game.
It becomes a numbers game. Now, the paradox there is that hilariously, you might think, so you just gotta cheese it, right? And just by saying that word cheese, yes, there are cheese strats in just about every Souls games. There is. But that's the funny and best part of it. You can brute force it, but you can also play it honestly. And both ways, I do not care what the haters and gatekeepers say. Both ways work, and that is okay, and that is legitimate.
I agree. I
Did
agree.
you beat Melania one-handed with a blindfold with ankle weights on a dance pad and your other free hand is on a controller because you're playing on both PC and PS5? Good job. Did you play with your eyes like no handicap at all with summons, magic and all of your tools? Okay, good job. That is no less legitimate than doing it with the first example I just gave. Because at the end of the day, the hurdle, which is the boss or enemy, got defeated. That is the entire goal of it. Doesn't matter how you do it. And that is fine. So yeah, for me, challenging really will, as it says, challenge
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
you as a player, not just on like skill, but also knowledge and
Yes. Yes.
your
Yes.
ability to use the mechanics and tools that the game provides you. Difficult is kind of like not a hurdle, but a wall. Like, you already know how to deal with it, but because it's a fucking wall, you're like, okay, this is fucking tough, but I'll just keep trying until it works. That for me is a definition of like difficult. So,
I love that
mhm.
we basically have like almost like concept for concept the same ideas, and it's just the tying thing is what is the bullshit factor?
Yeah, yeah, it really is the defining quality between challenging and difficult because again, those the terms are used interchangeably and understandably so. So there is a understandable misunderstanding and misconception between challenging and difficult. And let me be clear, neither one is inferior or superior to the other because like again, Resident Evil 4 speedrunning or Resident Evil 4 on itself, that is the difference between challenging and difficult, or sometimes both. Any game you can make challenging or you can make difficult if the game allows you to. And you know what? That's fine.
Yeah.
But understanding the difference between the two will give you appreciation and also like the awareness of like, oh no. I'm just getting skill checked really hard. Or no, I'm not bad. This is just bullshit. And
Yes. Yes.
honestly, it will lead to less frustrations and you'll doubt yourself less as someone who's playing the game once you understand the difference between the two. Yeah. So now that we put that there, I gotta ask, what is the most challenging or difficult game you have ever played?
Okay. I know
Just
he said we wouldn't talk or we weren't talking about fighting games, but top of my head, it's fighting games. But
fighting games.
I think it's a
Okay.
very different it's a very different thing where it's like um it's both difficult, it's both challenging, but there's also like the competitive and PvP aspect at play. So I guess it's not entirely fair,
No, it
but
is.
probably fighting games
You'll find it
from
funny how I will tie it in. How I will tie it up.
yeah. But from soft games, like I think Sekiro is the most
Mm,
challenging. I think it is both the most challenging and the most difficult.
mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like compared to like the Souls games, compared to Elden Ring, I think Sekiro was the one where like I was playing it and it's like as much as there still is cheese, like dead angles and then just knowing how to make use of your tools and stuff, like it's still such a pure experience where you have to learn the game. Like by the time you've beaten Sekiro, you've learned how to play that game.
Yeah, I agree. I agree in that point, and it is commonly known that Sekiro still holds the crown of this is the most challenging uh game that FromSoft has ever made, and I agree. As someone who sunk a lot of hours into that game, like yeah, that game is both challenging and difficult, and not like it doesn't have any tools. I mean, for fuck's sake, the ninja tools that you get
Yeah, there are
are
so
so
many tools. There's so
plenty.
many tools.
However, the game is very limiting in a realistic way as to how often or how much you can use those tools. Just to give an example, you will always be stuck hard capped at, I'll just call it spirit, 20 spirit. You only have 20 spirit to use your ninja tools, and some ninja tools cost upwards of like 3, 4, sometimes even 5 spirit. So in one boss fight, if you do not have a consumable that restores it, you're only gonna be using that ninja tool like 5 times or 4 times. And when you're done with that, or you have no cheeses, well, how am I supposed to cheese it? That's the best part. You don't.
You don't. You don't.
That's the best part. You don't.
You gotta learn
The
now.
You really have to learn because again, compared to, in my opinion, compared to any Souls game, to any other Souls game or Souls like, I think Sekiro is the most grounded because what is Sekiro? Sekiro is literally a ninja. That's it. He doesn't know like crazy ninja magic, or he doesn't zip around like he's Malenia, or he's not a like, yeah, I'm half spirit so I can phase through shit and teleport no jutsu. No, 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 no. You're just a simple bodyguard.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're an
That
amputee at that.
You're an amputee too. Your only superpower is that you cannot fucking die. That's your only superpower. It's plot armor. That's it. That's your only superpower. No matter how many times you die, you're literally a walking save scum. Like, bosses cannot permanently, take you
A
out.
walking saves come. I love that.
Yeah, you are literally a walking save scum. That's it. That is your superpower. That's all there is to it. And that is why like you can barely cheese a lot of the bosses. And it's also like a double-edged sword where Sekiro is kind of like the epitome of the whole, I hate saying this quote because it has been used in a very negative, toxic way, and that's the get good quote. Like,
Mm-mm.
Sekiro is really the embodiment of the whole mentality of get good, but of course, like, it's a can of worms. For me, though, most challenging, difficult game I have ever played, most difficult, challenging game I've ever played, um, hilariously, I would say it's not even a for me, it's not even a Souls game. I would say the most difficult game I have probably ever played is I would probably say I would say Metroid Dread. For
Ooh.
me, Metroid Dread on the Switch was very challenging and very difficult. And hello Kisaragi. The reason why I say that, like, I think it's more challenging than Sekiro, it's because Metroid Dread, compared to say Metroid Prime, right? Metroid Prime is very, even for a Metroidvania title, it's very floaty, and that is fine because it's first person. So it's very difficult for any player to react to what's behind them as if it's a Metroidvania game. Because, regardless if you're playing as like Samus in the old Metroid games or Alucard or any of the Belmonts, like turning around behind you is literally just one input. But
Mhm.
imagine turning around in Metroid Prime. Yeah, that will take you a couple of seconds to actually turn around to see what's behind you. In Metroid Dread, they really went with pace, where enemies, and I'm not even talking about the enemies, which are basically unbeatable until a certain segment of an area, where it's funny, it that encountering an enemy is literally a statistical losing battle. Like, you'd have to be peak performance Daigo to almost react to an enemy trying to kill you. Because if we talk about frames, you have like maybe 1 or 2 frames to press the parry button at the right time. Too early, you die. Too late, you die. And again, the game warns you, like, be realistic, avoid those things as much as possible because you will die. Like, there is not a single time I parried an enemy out of skill. I think it's really out of sheer luck. And
I love that honesty. I love that
yeah,
honesty.
because I analyzed it. I'm like, what is the tell? Right? Whenever you fight a boss or something, especially in a Souls game, the first thing you look for, what is the tell?
Yeah,
Right?
what's the
What is the
pattern?
tell? What's the pattern? And I shit you not, I do not know how they managed to like eliminate that, but I could not find a single tell or timing or estimate. Sometimes, like, when the animation starts of them winding up, sometimes it will be somewhere between 1 second after they start or even as late as 5 seconds after they start. So that's a big gap. That's a big gap. Like, I could be early, I could be late, and it's never like the more you parry, the shorter the time. No, no, no. It's randomized every time. And the normal enemies also, like, are really smart with the environment, especially the ones with. I'm pretty sure you hate these kinds of enemies. The enemies that can attack you through the floor, through the terrain of
Yeah.
Metroidvanias, and I'm like, I
There's no
swear
safe
to
space.
God.
There's no safe space.
There's no safe space. And I'm not even talking about playing the game, the one hit mode where, yeah, you will die in one hit, but the enemies still die. They still have the same HP. No, I'm not talking about that. Yeah, I'm just talking about the standard difficulty of the game. That game was very, very difficult, but it was very fun. But if we're keeping to like just Souls, I also agree. I think Sekiro is the hardest because
Yeah.
it really forces you to not cheese a boss. Like, if you're someone who has relied on cheese strats in Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Elden Ring, if you
Mm,
go to
mm.
Sekiro and you try to cheese the boss, it's not gonna work
Yeah.
because the dodge roll in Sekiro is somewhere in between a Souls roll and a Monster Hunter roll, where you don't roll through an attack to dodge it. No, you roll away from an attack to get out of the trajectory of the attack. And that's why parrying is still your best option, because parries will always beat just
Mm,
about
mm.
everything except throws and shit. Have you
Yeah, that's
played
fine because
Ninja
like
Gaiden? Yeah, I have played Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden is fucking bullshit.
it's bullshit. That game is
Ninja
bullshit.
Gaiden is bullshit.
That game is it's fun, but it's bullshit. Like
It
we can
is
all agree that game
bullshit.
is bullshit.
I still, like, just to sidetrack a little bit on Ninja Gaiden, I still remember the one kind of attack I always hate, because it's like fighting a throw in Street Fighter 6 or Guilty Gear Strive. Like, you are up close to an enemy and you're like, wait, are they going to throw or are they going to attack? And when you try to jab them with any light attack, because heavy attacks are just so fucking slow, you like jab them. Suddenly you're on the ground, they're grabbing you. I'm like, oh,
It's time to guess, motherfucker.
time to guess. God damn it.
Time to guess.
And of course, like, I remember early Ninja Gaiden games, they never told you, like, oh, do not completely mash against a blocking enemy because they will eventually grab you. I'm like, well. And then, like, oh, so when they're attacking me, I block. Yeah, but don't block too long because I'll grab you too.
What do you mean I have to rotate through my options? What is this?
Why do you think it's called Ninja Gaiden? You have to be flipping around through the air like a fucking ninja. Man, that is one game I wish they do try again, because I did have fun with the Ninja Gaiden games. Man.
I am also hoping I think there's a pretty vocal part of the community that's also like pulling for that game, a remake or a new installment or whatever.
Because if I recall, right, just to sidetrack a little bit, Ninja Gaiden was made by Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo, and to be fair, I think they have the DNA for it. They can literally take the formula they took with Wolong, Fallen Dynasty, and take the Sekiro route of like remove the gear grinding and the weapon drops, but just make it all like the fastest paced like Souls game there ever has been. That is totally fine. I think of all the FromSoft titles, Sekiro is the fastest. So I think Koei Tecmo, Team Ninja can definitely do that with Ninja Gaiden. Because Ninja Gaiden is quite similar to Sekiro, where the only thing you unlock are more tools, more weapons. You don't grind for armor or upgrades and whatnot, just skills, and that's it. It's literally it. And hilariously, there are no flasks! There are no flasks in Ninja Gaiden! Let me remind you, it's like, how is Ninja Gaiden so hard? No flask! 2 words! No flask! What do you do if you're low on health? Hope for health drops. If they don't, you're fucked.
Guess I'll die.
As that. Guess you'll die, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I swear to God. Alright, next question. So, you did ask this earlier, so we are gonna tip our toes into it. So what do you think about Souls games being an actual genre?
Alright, so before I answer this, like I'm gonna give you like what comes to mind when I think of Souls games, and then you can like add or clarify some points. So at least I can give, like we're working on the same parameters.
Yeah.
Right, so I think of Souls games, okay, typically dark fantasy settings. Some elements of role playing, some build making, more on the action RPG style, and just again, like we touched on earlier, just the factor of extreme difficulty with either dealing with mobs and bosses alike. So I guess those are the elements that stand out to me when I think of like a Souls game. But what do you think first, or how would you like fine tune the definition of what a Souls game is?
Well, for me, Souls game, there are several criteria that have to be met, and hilariously, difficulty or challenging is not even one of them.
Ooh, interesting.
No, I do not attribute difficulty or challenge to Souls games. Nope, I do not. It's not my priority. For me, the definition of a Souls game is usually number 1, heavy RPG elements. What I mean by heavy RPG elements, I should be able to fine tune. Hello, Fox. I should be able to fine tune my character for like a specific build or playstyle. So, for example, in Elden Ring, I like, for example, let's say I like using heavy weapons, so I'll crank more strength. If I prefer like
the speedster.
yeah, if I prefer using light weapons, I'm just gonna max out dex and whatnot. If I use a lot of, if my build uses a lot of my weapon skills, then I'm gonna pump up a little more endurance than vigor. If I'm tanky, like using a shield, I'll pump more vigor and endurance than I would my strength parameters. If I like using magic, I'll put depending like int or faith. But you look at Sekiro, and that game has been called a Souls game a lot of times, and I'm like, not really, because there is no build. Technically, there's no build.
Yeah.
You're a ninja. You're not. There is no real build, and again, your main weapon is the same from start to finish. You're still using a katana, but in every other Souls games, you can be using like a fucking knife, simple ass kitchen knife, or like a statue sized stone on a stick with a stone shield
Or
as
just
well.
naked ass dude with your bare fists.
Or that, yeah, that too. And that for me is one of the main defining factors of a Souls game. Like one of the main is like heavy RPG element. Number two, I would say for it really to be even Souls like, not Souls light, Souls like, respawning enemies. Like for me, that has to be there for like respawning enemies. That's really really important.
Like, sure, you can take your bonfire, you can take your rest, but you gotta be ready for all of them to come back.
Yep. Third element is punishing death. What I mean by punishing death, whenever you die, there has to be a consequence. So that is one thing that Sekiro does really well than other Souls games. On top of losing your currency, going all the way back to your last save point, there is the Dragon Rot system. Like the Dragon Rot system is not just like, oh, it's just there for punishment's sake. No, this is one thing I like about Souls games. Everything that happens in the game is because of the lore. Like world building will back it up. And it's pretty genius how they explain the Dragon Rot system. Basically, whenever the prince uses his powers to resurrect Sekiro, literally every living person randomly will get affected by Dragon Rot and you cannot interact with them. And that's just like it. Sure, it's not the most cohesive explanation, but it's not the cheapest, like, oh yeah, it's a video game thing. No, it's an actual in-game world thing. Why this is happening. And that's cool. So yeah, I said heavy RPG elements, punishing death, respawning enemies. I think the last one for sure. That's kind of like, it's basically the foundation. Then you can add or subtract, but do not mess with the foundation. This one is more on preference or opinion, but I think it's very like, whenever people see this, they immediately think it's Souls. Lock on dodge. Lock on dodge. Lock on dodge. When Stellar Blade had its gameplay released, a lot of people did not like it. Why? They thought it was going to be a combo game. When you said action RPG, I'm like, aha. They thought it was going to be an aerial combo game like Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, Hi-Fi Rush. And I'm like, just because they said that the combat, Fox, you, ala DMC. When they said that the game was inspired by Nier, DMC, Bayonetta, I was lucky enough and grounded enough to like level my expectations. So like, okay, inspired, but doesn't mean that they based it off of that. Because when I played it, a lot of people asked me like, what does this play like? I told them it plays more like Nier and Sekiro, somewhere in between the two. Because Eve is very grounded. She doesn't jump, zip around like Dante, but she is not like fumbling around like your typical Souls protagonist. She's not dodge rolling on the floor. She is very active and parrying like she is Sekiro. So yeah, that's really one of the defining features. And of course, the lock on. The lock on is very, very Souls. Like that is one of the reasons why a lot of people, when they saw Eve lock on to an enemy and the camera was just focused on that enemy, not in the same way in Nier or DMC, people are like, oh no, it's another Souls game. I'm like, action RPG, not Souls. But the enemies respawn and shit. Yeah, true. But it's more Sekiro than Souls. Why? There's no build. There's no heavy RPG elements in that game. So again, like for me, when people are very anal about their preferences and whatnot, I wish they were very anal about the shit they know. Like, do you really know what you're talking about? Do you really know what you're talking about?
That's why I'm very particular. Like, I'm not gonna openly criticize. I'm not gonna be super vocal about my thoughts before I have like before I know
Understanding, right?
that my understanding or my
Yeah.
knowledge is up to par. Yeah, Okay, so since you gave me those, like I think, okay, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of the Souls games. I think the main thing or the most fun thing for me is always the build. It's always the problem solving aspect of things.
Yes.
I think
Problem
that's something
solving
that I
are
always-
my two favorite words in any game. Any
Same,
game.
Same.
Like I do not like to brute force something. If I can solve it like it's a problem, like a math problem, it just gives me a shit ton of dopamine. Like, oh my
Right.
god, I love it.
I love when it's like when you can solve it like either as an equation or as a puzzle. Like,
That's
you can
why I
just
got
move pieces
that's why I
around.
got hooked on. I'm about to say it, and I'm pretty sure you're gonna nod. Hades 2.
I know. Yep.
Hades too.
Yes.
Like
I think-
just like I see these boons, I'm like, I needed you in my earlier run. Where the fuck were you?
I love thinking about problem solving. I love thinking about synergy. Synergy is
Yes.
a big thing for me. You give me like that. I think that's the thing I look for. Like I read every item I ever pick up in a Souls game. Any item I pick up, no matter how like throwaway it might feel, I'm gonna read it, and if it feels like something that's gonna be useless, I always think like, but how can I make this broken? Because there's always going to be some synergy.
There
I'll just make
is,
something
yes.
fun.
And there is always a cost for everything. There's always a cost for everything, be it in a roguelite or any game really. When you're solving a problem, there's always a cost. Like, let's give two examples, right? Like let's say for Hades. And before I go into this, guys, I had Nico's approval for that thumbnail, okay? I had his approval. Consent.
Yeah.
I had consent, okay? I had consent. All right? I had
Yes,
consent. I
yes.
asked. All right? Okay.
You did. If anything, the lore behind that is that it's my fault because like I'm disorganized and lazy, and then that was the only PNG I had. So you know what? Let's rock with it.
Yeah, let's rock with it.
I give you free reign to meme it
Yeah.
however you want, and then our man did not disappoint.
Yeah, like I did not want to cross any boundaries, but I'm just like, okay, how far can I bend this without breaking it? And I think this was okay. So I asked for his consent. He allowed it. I'm like, okay, we're good.
I am nothing if not a sport.
Yes, good. All right. So like I was saying, right? Let's say for Hades 2, let's say there is a particular boon that is not upfront in its rewards. It's like a slow burn. Like it's built for like if you have more boons with you that do not even directly complement this boon will pay off in late game. You're like, what are the odds of me getting this later though? Like I don't know. I kind of need this now. But then again, if you get like a upfront boon at the start, you're like, if I get this, that means that I already know what kind of boon I want to look for. And you're like, wait, the weapon I brought, does it synergize well with the boons that complement this boon? Like it's again, there's always a cost for everything. However, for like souls, like let's say you pick up even as simple as your first katana and you see it has bleed, and you have the dex to carry it and whatnot, and you're like, okay, I'll build around this, and you encounter your first enemy that is immune to bleed, and you're like, okay, fuck. So you put ice on it, and you're like, wait, it's still right. It doesn't completely remove bleed. It puts ice, but then again, you're like, I have a weapon that has higher ice attributes, but it's not a katana. It's a two-handed sword, so it's fucking slow. So again, see, there is that cost. You're like, I'm not used to that weapon, and even if I could use that weapon is slow. I cannot get more hits in compared to this katana. But this katana does not have enough, frost attributes to proc it as early as I'd like.
Dude,
There's always that problem-solving aspect of any game in general. You cannot get shit for free. And Souls games, compared to other games, will really humble you in that department. Like, you cannot get your win for free.
Dude, it's so good that you mentioned that because we talked earlier a while ago about like the difference between like challenging versus difficult, right?
Yeah.
And like how difficult is like it's basically a wall and you're banging against it until you break through. Like I feel like a lot of the frustration where people approach Souls games as being like quote unquote too difficult or too bullshit, it's because they're taking the approach of beating into a wall for things that should be taken with a coming from a perspective of problem solving. Because I know so many people who would be like, wait, like they'll play through the entire game and realize, wait, some bosses are immune to bleed? That's bullshit. It's like, no, some people just don't know that there are certain mechanics at play.
Or it's one game that actually kind of taught Souls players how to deal with bosses? Pokemon.
I was gonna mention.
Pokemon.
Because
like, wait, why does that skill deal so little damage to mobs, but this boss, and I'm just like, this boss is weak to that element.
Yeah, elemental weaknesses.
Elemental weakness is a thing.
Because I came obviously, like I played Pokemon growing up. I played a lot of JRPGs growing up, and like you'll learn like party compositions matter, skill loadouts matter, and then just making sure that you use the right spells to deal with the right enemies. Those things matter. Those are elements of problem solving that come naturally to so many different types of gamers. And then if you're someone who's like, I don't know, only played like a shooter where gun kill people, no matter who people, gun kill people, or like NBA 2K where ball go in hoop, and there isn't any sort of like variance, or maybe variance to a lesser degree, or at least on a different degree than it comes in like a role-playing game. That sometimes doesn't come naturally, and then that's I think a big source of frustration for some people.
One aspect that people need to understand also, and I can't believe that a shooter that came out recently taught me this. Whenever you encounter a mob or a boss and you think that's bullshit, if you try to flip the perspective, bosses can see you as bullshit too.
Yes.
To give an example, final boss of, I won't blatantly spoil it yet because we'll talk about it later. Final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree. And don't worry, Fox, a lot of people drop Sekiro because Sekiro is really like a big jump from. That's why calling it a Souls game kind of is a double-edged sword. Like, it gives people a misconception about the game. But
there are a lot of like quote unquote professional like Souls players, speedrunners, like actual experts at the genre, and then they tried Sekiro and they were like, "This is bullshit," and dropped the game.
Yeah. The final boss. Any of you who watched it know that the tactic I used on top of the typical, bring out Mimic Tier, parry. I buckler parried the shit out of the final boss. It trivialized attack patterns, but I still had to dodge shit. But I'm just like, I'm getting you for the crit, and I'm poking you with this bleed stick. So every once in a while, you're gonna take a shit ton of you're gonna take a shit ton of damage. But you know what? I'm parrying your shit. Yeah. So
I am surviving. I am surviving.
Yeah, but Inari, on how will the boss see that as bullshit? Not once has this boss parried me because they cannot. Simple as that. Then you encounter a mob. Everyone knows Karyan Knight. The first time they went to...
Oh my god, fucking...
Exactly. First time...
Moongrum is...
No, not even... No, Karyan Knight, someone... Before you fight Renala. Like,
Yeah.
I remember the first time people encountered that, like, he can parry. That's bullshit. I'm like, bro, this is exactly what I'm talking about. You can do that. So
Dude, that's Moongrim. That's Moongrim.
Yeah.
I know his name because I hated that guy.
So then you're like, wait, this is a knowledge check, right? If you yourself have been parrying enemies, look back. What kind of attack have you tried to parry, but enemies just cannot seem to parry? Oh, right. Colossal weapons, jumping attacks.
Yes, yes.
Then you exploit that weakness. Like, yeah, this fucker is gonna parry. Okay, fuck it. I'm bringing out if you've unlocked the weapon by then on your New Game Plus run. Yeah, fuck it. I'm bringing out Blide's great sword. Yeah, you're going to fucking hell. You're going to jail. You're not getting up. You're just eating my jumping heavy attacks.
Parry this, you filthy casual.
Yeah, parry this, you filthy casual. And there is one game. I find it so funny how a lot of people were saying, yeah, this is bullshit. This is not fun. And it's a shooter game. And I'm like, okay. It's called Celaco. Celaco is a Doom-like first-person shooter. And here's the thing. The enemies shoot back. The enemies shoot back. And the genius part is they actually swing in and out of cover. And look, the main character is not Doom Guy, okay? She will not tank all of those hits like an unkillable, I am too angry killing machine to die. No, she is a security officer. That's it. She is a security officer that can slide and whatnot or dash. But you have to put yourself in her shoes and like, yeah, those are fucking like high caliber rounds. Yeah, I'm waiting behind cover until you have to reload or you make a mistake. I remember I saw one clip of one guy at full health. He got one-shotted and I'm like, bruh, shotgun. That enemy's using a shotgun. I'm like, yeah, you have a nice Magnum revolver that you can fire from range. And eventually his chat told him that literally like after 1.5 hours of dying to one segment, when he whipped out the revolver, just like 3 shots, he's like, this game's bullshit. I love it.
This game bullshit. Dude, I love it. Like when the idea of like flipping the perspective, or it's like you are the bullshit boss for the mobs you're encountering, because it always makes me laugh when I see like streamers or people playing the first time, and then they encounter like an NPC boss in a FromSoft game that has a flask. And then they watch as the enemy heals for the first time, because the reaction is always universal. Wait, that's not fair. Why can you heal? Fuck you. Without realizing that they have like
we can heal too.
They have like max. They have max like 1-2 heals. You have like what, 12, 13 maybe at any given time, and you're like, no, it's only cool when I do it.
Mm-hmm. Perspective is really important, man. Perspective is really important. And that is the pro and con. Before we move to the next question, and I'll put a bow on this question. That is the pro and con of a cheese strat and fighting, problem solving. A cheese strat is so effective against one boss.
Until it's not.
Cheese strats are effective against one boss. That's it. There is no guarantee it will work on another boss. That's why if you build around a cheese strat, but your playstyle does not cater to that, you're gonna have a problem.
There's a very famous clip of this guy's Toast. You know, very popular like mainstream streamer. And then he had just beaten Moog with the classic Terra Magica, the
Comet Azure.
fucking Comet Azure strat, right?
Yeah.
Where you basically just set up, stand still, and watch Moog walk to you and die.
Yeah.
And then right after beating Moog, he goes to Malenia, and then he watches the cutscene, you know, the very famous line, I am Malenia, hand
Blade
of
of-
Nicola, and I've
yeah.
never known defeat. And, you know, like, farming the content goes, until today. And then he starts setting up, and right off the bat, Malenia dash in, / he dead. And then he goes through like 50 deaths, or he goes through like 10, 20 deaths before he realizes, I don't think she's gonna let me use magic on her.
You think?
I love that so much.
That's why I did warn brother Inari. Like when he was building cheese strats, I'm like, I do not recommend cheese strats, dude. Because like he's like, I'm out of larval tears. I'm like, that's exactly what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking. You keep using these larval tears to build specific builds for specific bosses. I'm like, do you have you did you forget how many more bosses you gotta kill?
I love, there's this like sort of a trope switching that happens in FromSoft games where it's like, the fantasy RPG tropes are like the intellectuals are the magic users, or the tacticians are the speedsters, the rogues.
Mm.
But then like when you play like a FromSoft game, the the build or the general strat that is basically like cheese proof, where it's like at some point this will work against someone. It's always the unga bunga big club user.
Yeah, it usually is. It usually is.
That's like at some point, you hit someone enough with your big ass club, they're gonna die.
it's a balance where the weapon itself is bullshit, but your execution is what makes it work for
Yes.
every boss, right?
Yes,
There is
yes.
that give and take where yeah, on paper this is bullshit, but it takes execution to pull it off. It's like a dial, right? It's like a dial. And what is the price of that? Or what's the cost of being it brain dead Onga? Yeah, it's not gonna work on the next couple of bosses. And if you put the dial the other way around, it's not as dumb to do, but it's so effective and versatile. It will work for many bosses. You cannot have
Yes,
both.
yes.
You cannot. And just to put an end to this question, I think Souls game being a genre cuts both ways. It works for and against games in a sense. Like
Interesting.
because Souls games in of itself has a reputation. And that's why I worded it in that specific way. A reputation. Some people like woohoo, others are like, oh fuck, whenever they just hear Souls games, and that's a problem. Like whenever I talk about Sekiro, I always say action RPG, almost Souls game. I'm very specific. There is no easy way to describe Sekiro because calling it a Souls game, I think, is disingenuous and will give people a misunderstanding for the game. That like you said, a lot of Souls professionals and whatnot, they have their hardest time is usually in Sekiro for a good reason, because it is the least Souls game that is a Souls game, quote unquote. If you play Sekiro like you play Elden Ring, Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, you're gonna have a horrible time.
I'm sorry. I'm just going through the Souls game. It's not a Souls game, but it's still a Souls game. You understand?
Hell no! What the hell?
Hell
What the
no.
fuck are you just yeah? Okay, now from what do you think about Souls games as a genre? What, in your opinion, is the best Souls game that FromSoft has ever made?
Okay, I don't have the fullest picture because I haven't played Bloodborne, and I know a lot of people love Bloodborne.
Mm-hmm.
But from the games that I've played or from what I've seen, I think it's Elden Ring. I think it's very hard to say that it's not Elden Ring.
I can see that.
And Miyazaki is like Miyazaki's talked about how he hasn't made the ideal RPG in his mind yet, but he
Mhm.
says that like Elden Ring comes close to that vision of what the perfect RPG is for him, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I see it. Like for me, like when I think about how the depth of play, the depth of build making, of like optimizing your route, the throwing in the open world aspect where okay, like I can jump straight from, if you know how to pick up the Dectus medallion, if you know how to like get the volcano manor, you can just optimize your route so that you can build the exact way you want to build while sort of optimizing the world. I think all of those things go into like the balances, like the difficulty, the build making, all of those aspects. I think Elden Ring is such a gold standard.
All right. Now, as much as I would want to say Elden, now this comes from a specific bias of mine, and this is from a stealth game bias.
Okay.
I still think one of the most beautiful handcrafted games they have ever made is still Tenchu. Although they were not the sole developers of Tenchu, but they co-developed several Tenchu titles. And for those who don't know, Sekiro started as a Tenchu title. But midway through development, when they looked at how the game plays, the aesthetic, they're like, this isn't Tenchu anymore. We cannot. This was disappointing for me, but I'm like, no. This was the right decision. It would have disappointed me too, but this was the right decision. They knew if they released Sekiro under the brand Tenchu, people like me would be like, this is bullshit. This is not Tenchu. Because it isn't. It is not Tenchu. Not to say that an open world Tenchu game would not work, but for me, it just lacked a couple of like very Tenchu elements. And that is stealth. And for me, you guys should play the PS2, some of the PSP Tenchu titles. Like, it's amazing. Like, the fact that the health bars are very FromSoft, and then the kind of tools you have, and the fact that you can bring a limited amount. I'm like, yep. This
Tenchu
is very
a hell of a throwback.
Yes, Tenchu is hell of a throwback. And that game was really just made with a lot of love because even for a stealth title, you had a lot of control of how you approached any situation. And if that sounds familiar, that is why Elden Ring is arguably the most popular one. Because for every boss, for every encounter, for every area, no matter how bullshit the area is, you have some level of control as to how to get past that or how to get over the hurdle. Tenchu was a lot more direct because it's not open world, because it's not open-ended. It's very linear. A lot of your planning and whatnot is very direct. There is not much variables to deal with. You're just like, yeah, I know the enemy patrol in this area. There's like 3-4 enemies, and then if I go here on the left to avoid them, there's this one fucker on the roof that I have to kill if I want to avoid, etc., etc. So yeah, like I think the methodical feedback or challenge that you get from Elden Ring did come from the DNA of Tenchu, and I think that's the most I honestly think Tenchu is a little more Souls-like than Sekiro, to be honest.
Ooh, that is a.
I think it is more I think it's more Souls-like than Sekiro, to be honest.
That is a bold take.
I know it is a bold take. Because again, for me, my priority, like, the respawning enemies was rank 3. For me, it was the action RPG. I'm role playing as a character, and it's very action based. Check. And then of course, the whole fact of that these quote unquote enemies, again, like I'm not an invisible invincible video game protagonist and can just tank these hits, or like, haha, 3 enemies. No. In Tenchu, if you're like, oh fuck, 3 enemies. Meanwhile, people who have played DMC are like, what? That's it? 3? And you know, anyone who's playing FromSoft, guys, 3 is no joke. 2 is already like a lot.
Dude, you're fighting against one knight, and then 2 dogs pull up, and like, I'm fucking running away. I'm not dealing with those dogs.
Exactly. But yeah, I still think it's one of the best that they've ever made. And it's sad that after Sekiro, we haven't gotten another project similar to that. That's why I'm mad hoping that they try again. They try the Tenchu project again, but keep it Tenchu. And honestly, they do not need to make it open world. And I think FromSoft is going to not follow trends. Because I think they don't.
Yeah,
They are
I
more
think
of
they
like
do
we'll
their own
do our
thing.
own thing, yeah. But however, Miyazaki did say that he is still trying to make his perfect vision of a fantasy RPG, and he did say that Elden Ring is not it, but it is close. I'm like, okay. So
I'm excited. I'm excited to see
I am always
what they
excited
put
for
out
any
next.
game that Miyazaki makes. All right. Last question for part 1, and then we get to the meat of the topic. This is where we'll get really in depth with the questions.
Ooh, I'm
Do
excited.
you think Souls games are popular because they are challenging / difficult, or for other reasons?
This is I love this question. I love this question. I think like with all things, it's multifaceted. I think the challenge and the difficulty are definitely part of the appeal, but I think that like there are certain elements that will just cater, or that are just like engineered in a lab to cater to people who will love a project to death.
Mm.
And one, of course, is like the feeling of ownership, where it's such a challenging game that when you become good at it, it almost becomes like part of your gamer identity, where it's such a big you put in so many hours that you have to love it because you put in so many hours. But I think another part of that is that they're just so, especially with FromSoft games, they're so beautifully made,
Mm.
where like I know I mentioned to you I'm a lore nut,
Yeah.
where there are people who can make entire YouTube careers just dissecting the story elements because they are so well crafted a lot of the times, and they're crafted in such a way that it's sort of like a breadcrumb sort of approach. They never flat out like scream at you like
There's
this
no
is the plot.
exposition
There's no
except at the start,
exposition.
but that's it.
Like, you live in the world, it's up to you to discover it, it's up to you to understand it. And then when you go about understanding it, you're thinking like, god damn, there is so much depth to this that I didn't even realize during my first playthrough. And then you play it again, and then it adds to your appreciation of the game. I think like the challenge and the difficulty is just one part, but beyond the gimmick of it being, challenging or get good, and then that's obviously part of the marketing, like at its core, it's just a beautifully crafted piece of art. And I think that anytime that you make or you pour in that much love and, and care into honing a craft, into building a story, into telling a story, that's going to end up becoming popular.
Hmm. To
So I think,
add to that, the funny thing is that you knowing what is going on, the story of the game will just continue without you, with or without you knowing what's going on.
yes,
And I think
yes.
that's fine. I think that is okay.
There's like okay, this is a tangent, but like I love Dungeons and Dragons, and then I DM for my friends a lot, and then I craft stories. And then
Mm-hmm.
one of the best like DM tips that I received from, I can't remember if it was a friend or if it was from like an online source, but it was when you create a story or when you're writing a story, you essentially make a story or a plot point where the world will happen a certain way, and then you come along, and then you have to adjust on the fly what happens to the world because you're in it. And I think the
Yeah.
worlds from Souls games do such a good job of that, where it's like, if anything, like shit has gone down, the world is already lost, and
Yep.
now you're here, so you're the monkey wrench into the cosmic plot line of the world. And I think that's such a beautiful, beautiful way to tell a story.
Ironically, I think out of all of the Souls titles, even almost tied with Sekiro, there is some hope for saving the lands between. Compared to other Souls titles, like, no, there is very little you can do in Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls to save the world, quote unquote.
Yeah,
Very little you can do. It's
it is the
just that
post-apocalyptic
busted.
world.
It's that broken. But in Elden Ring and Sekiro, there is some semblance of hope. That's why the final boss fight, if you compare, and this is where my video game music nerd kicks in. If you compare the final boss fight of just
Oh,
about
Okay, I see where you're going.
Yeah,
Yes.
if
Okay,
you
go.
compare the final boss fight of just about every base non DLC game of Souls games, Sekiro and Elden Ring have more upbeat and hopeful
Mm-hmm.
sounds if you are going the good ending.
They go the classic sort of like the protagonist
Yeah.
sort of, I don't know, like
And
overcoming the world type of
yeah.
sound in their themes.
And there is one comment I saw. It's a very genius comment. For the final boss fight, when you are fighting Radagon, if you are, I like how they interpreted it. If you are on the non-frenzy route, the song is for you. If you are on the frenzy route, the song is for Radagon. And I'm like,
Yeah, oh, I love
no,
that. I
wait,
love
that's actually good. That's actually hella good.
Dude. It's funny that like a lot of people love the frenzy route, right? A lot of
A
people
lot
love
of
the
people
frenzy
love the
route.
frenzy route. Yeah.
And I always feel like the people who love the frenzy route the most are the people who came from like Dark Souls.
Yep.
Because in those games, the hopeful route, in some way, sadly, is to burn it all down.
Yes. It's like, do not try to save something that is dying. Just give it a painless. It'll just end its misery. But if you compare Sekiro and Elden Ring and any other game, you're like, wait, no, I can fix her. I can fix him. I can
fix her.
I can
Dude.
fix this. I can fix this. I can actually fix this. I can actually fix this.
Dude, I love that Melina actually comes up to you and gives you an entire speech about hope.
Yeah.
For like acknowledging the world for all its flaws and then recognizing the hope in it. And I was like, in my FromSoft game?
Not just that, also you can hear the crack in her voice when you are going the frenzy route. Like she begs and
Yeah,
pleads
it's
you
pain.
to
It's
don't
pain.
do it, please. Like she is okay with you restoring order, doing the death route of like the Death Bride and whatnot, or if you go, if you do the middle ground, which is my favorite ending, Rani's route, where
Ooh,
yeah,
okay,
life
okay, yeah,
life
we
and
can get
death
into that
cycle,
later.
life and death cycle. We are under a new order, but it is not as oppressive and oppressive and suppressive as the Golden Order. Like
Rani
it's a
Best
lot.
Girl, gotta throw that in. Gotta throw that
Yes,
in. Rani
yes.
Best Girl.
And yeah, there's so many, and then you can also go the like, yep, Golden Order is back and better. You can do that, but
Gold
the
Mask
one,
route?
yeah, the Golden Mask route. But the one route, she will like, no, fuck you, please don't, please, please, please. Like she pleads you, begs you. It's the frenzied route. One route. That's the only route. And I'm like, wow, damn, okay.
Ooh, man, I got a lot of thoughts about going through the lore implications, but we'll get to that later. We'll
Yeah.
get to that later.
The only reason I did that route was just for the achievement. The frenzied route.
I just wanted to see it. And also just
Yeah.
because it's kind of fun. It's fun going down to the bottom of the sewers
Yeah.
and seeing the horrors that the capital had inflicted on this this marginalized group. It's like, oh man, that's sad as fuck.
Now, for me, do I think Souls games are popular because they are challenging, difficult, or for other reasons? I'll just say it right off the bat. Hell no. I don't think Souls games are popular because they are challenging or difficult. Like, I don't think people actually buy Souls games because, yeah, I can't wait to die 100 times again. No, I don't think intrinsically that's why they buy into Souls games. I really think the reason why Souls games are very popular is the same reason why, especially in today's video game industry climate, you look at why Baldur's Gate 3 is popular.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, is it because of the fully cinematic voice acting? What? No. Oh, really nice graphics? No.
It's
It's
just a
because
beautiful-ass
it
game.
is a properly handcrafted, complete experience from start to finish.
Yes.
Wow, really? That low of a bar? Yes, that low of a bar because this is where we are when it comes to video games nowadays. Not
But those are
Like-
the basics, right?
yeah, those are the basics. And FromSoft is one of those companies that you can actually count on for that. That's the thing. That is why a lot of people will almost always buy a FromSoft title, regardless if they like being challenged or not. It's just because they know that this is gonna be an experience from start to finish.
Yes.
Now, on top of that, there's also the fact that maybe a few exceptions is Sekiro, but Souls games have a lot of player urgency and player expression compared to other games, and I think that is kind of like the core of a role-playing game, because like role-playing game, as the name suggests, you play the role of a I mean, sorry, I gotta say it because people say role-playing game, they mean turn-based. I'm like, no, role-playing game. Like, Jesus Christ. Like, role-playing game is as literal as it gets. You play the role of a character in a game.
It's so weird you mentioned that, because anytime someone brings up the role-playing game, it just reminds me of like this famous streamer clip when they were fighting Rykard for the first time, and he's throwing out the skull fireballs. And then he's going like, "This is a role-playing game? What role am I playing? The victim?"
I remember that clip.
I love that clip so much.
I just hate it whenever someone says when I hear role-playing game, someone says, "Oh, Final Fantasy or Persona." I'm like, shut the fuck up, man. Like, no. When you play the role of a character, the ones that are very popular are the ones that allow you to mold the role you are also playing. Not to say that limited ones are bad. I mean, look at Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy is a role-playing game that you barely have any influence over.
Yeah.
No matter how you play Tidus, Cloud, Clive, doesn't matter. The story is gonna go through its predetermined route, maybe with a slight change here and there depending on your player decisions and whatnot. But then you have titles like Mass Effect, Dragon Age, Souls games, where you ate a slice of cheese with bread for breakfast instead of fish. Guess what? That bread was poisoned.
Should have thought about that, loser.
Should have thought about loser. Oh no, what happens? What happens is that before the big battle, you get stomach flu. So you do not join the fight. But guess what? You don't die in the battle. So if I took the fish, does that mean that you do not get stomach flu, so you're able to join the fight? But guess what? Your best friend ate the bread and cheese, so you also like took care of your friend instead of going to the war, so you survived. So it's
the butterfly.
It's the
butterfly effect.
It's a funny butterfly effect.
Yeah, wait, since you mentioned it, I gotta throw a shot in. That's Mass Effect for 2.5 games.
Yes. Unfortunately,
Unfortunately, it was the gold standard for 2.5 games.
2.5 games. The thing is, just to segue a bit, I'll say this right now. I don't care if I'm crucified for this. I'm dying on this hill. Most fun to play, Mass Effect 3. Worst in terms of like BioWare design, Mass Effect 3. Like, so you're telling me?
It's so true, though. It is so true.
So you're telling me that my decisions in 3 barely mean jack shit. Yes. How about what I did in Mass Effect 2? Yeah, that barely meant jack shit too. I'm like, wait, but in Mass Effect 1, I let the Rachni Queen live. Too bad Rachni Queen is still under the influence of the fucking Reapers. Okay, what if I killed them? What if I killed the last of the Rachni? Guess what? We just brought them back, also under the influence of the fucking Reapers. I'm like, so my decision meant nothing. Yeah.
Dude, I love this because I also have this thought where in terms of like where your decisions have the biggest payoff, especially when you continue your save from like Mass Effect 1 into 2 into 3,
Mm-hmm.
best payoffs are in Mass Effect 3. Worst payoffs also Mass
And
Effect
also in
3.
Mass Effect 3. I agree. I agree.
It
Oh my god.
simultaneously gives you the best of the genre and
And
the
the
worst of
worst
the
of the
genre.
genre. I agree.
I am
Oh my
still so
god.
salty. Like it's been what a decade at this point, and I cannot let it go. Thank you for giving this opportunity. This is cathartic for me.
Dude, same. Like one of my favorite my two favorite franchises of all time is still Dragon Age and Mass Effect. Just because, in my opinion, they cannot nail player influence than any other game. To this day, I still think they are the
The gold
masters of
standard.
that. They are the
Yeah.
gold standard of that for 2.5 games, as you said.
For 2.5 games. For 2.5
And
games.
same, unfortunately, I'm seeing a pattern here, even for Dragon Age. Like, Dragon Age
Oh.
1, 2, yay!
Yeah.
My choices matter. When I reach Inquisition, I'm like,
Huh?
wait, your tribe of people. I showed you mercy in 2. I wasn't part of that tribe.
So,
But yeah.
before we move on from
Yeah.
this question though, there's something I want to tie back into what you said about how at the end of the day they're just like very well crafted games. There's
Mm.
like something that happened like recently in the Souls sort of space that was sort of a monkey wrench that I think is like such a good like it captures it perfectly, and it's the whole Kaizenat stream saga.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because again, like you talk about the difficulty and the challenge, but to me, these are all just marketing gimmicks, and it's smart for the developers, for the publishers to market a game this way because it creates a certain degree of hype. But then when you watch like the Kaizenat playthrough, or you just at least the clips of it, and yeah, some elements of it are played up, or it's like he's raging, it's for show, but by the end of the game he just genuinely loved the game, and he just kept talking about how this shit was cinema.
Mm.
And that's the perfect that captures it. That's like, yeah, you can come in because you think it's a challenging game or whatever, but then you walk away just realizing that this is just a beautifully crafted game. Like,
And if there's
bar
one
none.
thing, I'm glad Kai Cenat did, like he acknowledged that he has a larger platform than just about all of the
Yes.
contemporary soul streamers, YouTubers combined.
Yes.
And he does feel like, no, wait. I know I'm generating hype and praise for this, but like there have been people more knowledgeable, better than me who have been doing this for years.
and he
And
shouted
he
them all out.
acknowledged them,
That
shouted
was
them out. I'm like,
mad respect. Mad respect.
mad respect for me. Like that's such a very pro creator thing to do. Like
Yes.
it acknowledges like we're not against each other, right? And we all share in this passion for the very same thing that we are experiencing right now.
Exactly.
So why not just share the love and not try to hug the love, so to speak?
He gave back to the community in such a
Yeah.
good way.
He shouted them out. That was really, really nice. That's honestly my favorite part of his stream.
Yeah,
And-
we're gonna talk about like later
Yeah.
about like gatekeeping, right? Or the certain elements of gatekeeping in the community, some negative aspects,
Yeah,
but then
it has to
like,
be talked about.
it has to be talked about. But the Kaizenat thing, like there's so many people who gate kept him into coming into the game, and then by the end of it, he's just another guy who just he's just a gamer who loves the game.
He is. And I think one of his quotes summed it up best. Dude, I'm bad. But you bad though. Like, wait, he has a point. He has a point. And the thing is, like, this guy played Elden Ring. He knows what he's talking about. He may not be quote unquote an Elden Ring streamer for your standards, but no, he has a point. He went through what all of us did, died to Radon 300 times. No. He played the game. He played the game.
Full
Was it-
therapist to talk to him through his struggles. That was just, I loved it. I loved it.
Yeah. And that proves the point, really. Like, whenever I remember a couple of months when there were a lot of streamers, mostly Battle Royale and FPS streamers, who kept saying, like, God, there are no games to play. I'm like, that's a fucking lie.
Oh my god, I
That-
hate. Fuck. Oh, that fills me with visceral rage when people say like there are no good games to play. Like, bitch, play something other than a AAA game. There's
So
art in
many.
the indie space. There is art everywhere. Look for it.
Broaden your
Ah.
horizons. And I'm like, stop lying to yourself. It's not like you don't have enough games to play. No, there's just games you want to play, but your
Yes.
audience probably doesn't want to see you. Big fucking difference.
Dude, it's so funny when you see like, oh, there's no game to play, and then they boot
Bullshit.
up fucking I don't know, like Jump King for the 10th time or something. I don't know, like
And
don't
then
hate
they-
the Jump King, don't hate
And
the
then,
Jump
yeah,
King,
and
but,
then
like,
they keep
you get what I'm
molding.
saying.
They keep molding and chat loves it. And I'm like, no, see, that's the reason. Because
Yeah.
chat loves seeing you do XYZ 365 24/7. And you are starting to get tired of it. It's not the games, buddy. It's you. All right,
Ugh.
we'll be moving to a brief 10-minute intermission. But of course, during this time, ask me or Miko Pod anything. We'll be taking a 10-minute break. We will resume at 2:05. So ask us anything about Souls games or whatnot. Hell, it can even be fighting games or whatnot or anything.
Sure, throw them in. Just nothing about feet. I'm joking.
Speaking of fighting games, not feet. Have you tried Lydia yet?
I haven't. I actually haven't booted up Tekken in a hot minute.
All good, understandable, especially after Evo. Everyone who's a SF6
Oh,
main
yeah.
are still riding that SF6 hype. Dude,
Dude,
Lydia's
punk set.
so fun.
Inspirational.
Lydia's so fucking fun to play. Rocket's asking, why are you so poggy daw?
No you.
No, you.
Sobrang pabebe. It's so annoying. No, you are.
Funny thing though about Lydia. Just frames! How many? Hi! That's our response.
Nico, why haven't you accepted me as a friend on Steam? Word? For real?
She has
Shit.
so many just frames. I think she has more just frames than in her previous iteration. Not like it's a bad thing, but I'm like, wow. What? Are there any tech that you discovered in Soulsborne games that you tried in fighting games, SF6 and Tekken 8? Very easy for me to answer. Problem solving.
Yeah.
That's why
Uh,
whenever I fight matchups I'm not knowledgeable about, I'm not really in a panic. Like, I'm still able to keep a cool head, and I'm just like, I'll figure it out eventually. I just gotta, again, like, whenever I see people struggle in Souls games, there is one hilarious thing that even I am guilty of that everyone does. Do the exact same thing over and over and over again.
Yes.
And I'm like, try something else. And it doesn't even have to be, oh, so instead of using this weapon, I'll use another one. No, it doesn't have to be that drastic. How about you stop doing jump heavy attacks and, try light attacks instead? Even that slight change, suddenly instead of like the health bar being so full, you're like, finally, the health bar has reached the name of the boss. I'm making progress.
For me, I think okay, for the most part, it's like it's more fighting game knowledge getting applied to like Soulsborne, like parrying is basically like perfect parry or whatever. But I think for me, like one thing that I hope I fine tuned in Soulsborne games is directional dodging, where it's like
Ooh.
you can like dodge backwards, sidewards, or whatever, but then there is an optimal direction to dodge, right? And
Mhm.
something that helps with this is like this is just recent because Geef got buffed, right? Something I learned, like I always just neutral jumped the command grab for Geef, but I learned that it's actually optimal to forward jump if you're trying to evade it, because if ever they're gonna anti-air you, if you forward jump, Geef Lariat doesn't hit behind, right?
Yeah, it doesn't.
So it's one of those you can jump the command grab, but it's actually optimal to forward jump the command grab. Things like that. And that was like something that I picked up after fighting Melania for the first time in a long time, where I was like, if I dodge into her right shoulder, I get a punish. If I just dodge backwards, I get nothing. Something like
Mm,
that.
yeah. Or sometimes the best solutions to a problem is a simple one. That's one thing I learned playing Souls games. I'm like, okay, how the fuck do I deal with waterfowl dads? And then I learned, how about I run backwards?
How do you run? How about you run the fuck away?
I'm running the fuck away. So when I see like, for example, if I see a Ken player just like Dragon Lash, I'm like, okay, how about I walk backwards and your Dragon Lash whiffs? I'm like, ha! In your
That was
face.
me. That was me fighting like Dalsim, right? Because like Dalsim keeps you at range. He has those long limbs.
Yeah,
And
it
I just
does.
like, and then your gut reaction is always, okay, I gotta get in.
Yeah.
But then the thing is, like, it's counterintuitive. Like a lot of things in Souls games can be at first, but it's like, what if I actually just go full screen and make his long limbs whiff and then hit the limbs when they whiff?
I've seen that Ryu clip of a level 3 full screen.
Right? It's like it works. Sometimes you gotta think out of the box.
Yes, it does work. It is a very funny thing how a lot of games, regardless of the genre, you can carry over what you learned from X to Y to Z.
For sure, for sure. And
And
again,
it's
it's like
not
the beautiful thing of games, right? The
Yeah.
problem solving.
Sometimes it's direct, sometimes it's indirect. So the amount of patience you have playing Souls games, that will carry over in fighting games. Like whenever I see people block and just keep blocking, I'm like, okay, you play Souls games, don't you? Like you're not poking at all. They're just waiting for you to fuck up, or they sidestep your move in Tekken, or
Oh my god. It's like, am I the boss? Are they just waiting for my punishable move?
or you do a crouching fierce, and you're like, uh-oh. Then they punish counter you with a crouching fierce, and now the Oki is in their favor. You're like, fuck.
It's like, I fucked up. Now I'm off my flow. Now my dodges are out of sync.
Yes.
Man, gaming is such a beautiful thing. I fucking love video games.
It is. All right, 5 more minutes until we proceed to part 2, guys. So if you have any more questions, please do not hesitate to ask me or Miko. Does not have to be exclusively Souls games related, of course. Still though, Ninja Gaiden as a modern Ninja Gaiden title would be good.
I can see it. I can see it. Oh, I wanted to mention, like, have you ever played Hitman?
Of course I have.
Okay, yeah. Because when you were describing Tenchu, all I was going through my head was like, damn, that's how I feel about Hitman.
Yeah, and I know this is a hot take, but I don't see Hitman as a stealth game. I see Hitman as a puzzle solving game
It is.
with stealth elements. Thoughts on the final boss fight? We will discuss that later,
we are
Unagi.
getting
Don't
to
worry.
this I have so many thoughts on
I
that
have
boss
so
fight.
many to say about the final boss fight.
I have, like, both in terms of mechanics, lore, everything. I have so many thoughts about that final
Bullshit.
boss fight. Ooh, I have so many
Bullshit,
things to say.
definitely.
I have so many things.
Thoughts on Heihachi coming back? I fucking
love it.
called it.
I love it.
fucking called it. No body, no confirmation. He's still alive. What's the most useful mod that benefit you the most in a game, any genre?
It's always going to be a quality. I always just look for quality of life mods. Like,
Most useful mod for me, I would say this is a bit of a crazy one. For the sake of Asashina mod for Sekiro, it overhauls the gameplay and the bosses of that game. it turns the final boss into a fucking Super Saiyan fight, but it's awesome.
Oh, dude, you need to try the unalloyed Malenia. I've told you about this mod. I've told you about this mod on stream.
And
But
yeah.
it's basically making like a lore accurate Malenia fight.
Mm,
And I have never beaten it.
damn. Rank
have
your
never beaten
fave Soulsborne games. Oh boy.
Ooh, I only got 3. So
I'll just name my top 3. I would still say Sekiro, Elden Ring, Dark Souls 1. Those are my top 3.
I can. Mine is Elden Ring number 1,
Mm.
Sekiro number 2, and then Dark Souls 3, I guess. But mostly
Good
because
choices.
I didn't get to like fully enjoy Dark Souls 1 for what it was.
Miyazaki, please, another Sekiro title. Come on.
Also, give us give us playable Bloodborne, please.
Unfortunately, not happening because he said that
I
it's
know.
not theirs. It's Sony's. Fuck Sony.
I know, but god damn, like when I look at when I okay, when I look about the lore, when I look about the lore and like the setting, like Bloodborne would be so up my alley.
Bloodborne was so good, and honestly, close second. Like the reason why I cannot, the reason why I cannot put Malenia as number 1, like uncontested in terms of like my favorite secret boss fight, is because of Lady Maria. I'm just
I was
like,
gonna say,
shit.
Lady Maria, like everything I read, everything I watched about Lady Maria, it's like that looks fun as shit.
And
Oh, I gotta give a shout. Since I saw Cyan, I also gotta give a shout out, Papala. Lies of P was a really. I thought that was an excellent game.
oh yes, I did not play it, but a lot of my friends who are Souls fans are like, this is hella good.
It's excellent. It's excellent. Like
Have
I
y'all
know they
tried
don't have
Souls
much
like games? If you
competition,
did,
but
what's
it's
your
so good.
favorite? My favorite Souls like game, very easy for me, Wolong. That game, the reason why I love that is because I'm like, parries, yes. Oh my god, the string of parries I do in that game for just about every boss, elite enemy, normal enemy, I'm like, I feel like a fucking god. Trying to defeat Lubu without getting hit, doing only parries, I'm like, whoo, yes, yes.
Are
This is
you
what
the
I'm
type?
after.
Are you
What?
the type to try to like the no hit bosses? Or are you the type to like grind learning a boss to the point that you can no hit them?
Of course, I mean, before the DLC came out for Elden Ring, I did do that. Kind of like a cathartic experience for me. Like, can I no hit Malenia again? Took me
I've
like
done that. It felt so good. It felt
it
so
took
good.
me 3 hours, but I was able to do it.
Dude, I'm this goes back to like Fed's question, but I love I always look for mods, especially in like Souls games where I can like save state mods are always helpful, the quality of life, so I can replay a boss over and over.
Oh, like Elden Ring Reforged. Elden Ring Reforged is really good.
Yeah.
You can restore specific bosses that you beat, so you can fight them again right off the bat.
It's so good. I always look for those because you know me, like I'm a lab monster, so I enjoy. And so it's something that's always frustrated me about Souls games, where it's like if I beat the boss, but wait, I want to like, sometimes you meet the boss and then you're too powerful,
Sekiro
and then
did
you
that
don't
best
get the
with the
full.
boss rush mode,
Mm.
not mod. Like I'm so glad they acknowledge that, yeah, people want to fight Sword Saint again and again.
Oh, dude, that's why I love Hollow Knight so much because I think Hollow Knight has the best implementation of a boss rush mode in all of gaming. Like the way it's implemented both into the lore and how it's done in a gauntlet style tournament arena setting. I thought that was like This is perfect. This is what I want in all of my boss rushes.
Well, I think Hollow Knight players are definitely the most like patient players. I mean, how long have you been waiting for Silk Song?
Shut up! Silk Song when? I'm not convinced it's a real game now. I think we've just like we've all Hollow
Dude.
Knight fans just had like mass hallucination where
You
we
know-
all thought that there was an announcement, but there wasn't.
Guys, just to give you the gravity of the whole situation, Metroid Prime 4 finally got an announce window before Silk Song did.
Just give me my Hollow Knight game.
So
Why-
sorry, man.
What's happening to Silk Song? Dude, there's this upcoming Metroidvania. I think it's a Forsworn,
Mhm.
where it just blatantly looks like a Hollow Knight ripoff. But at this point, I'm just like, give me it, give me it. We're gonna get GTA 6 before Silk Song. Unagi, if this ends up becoming true, I will cry. I will actually cry.
I'll do you one better. We'll get another Legend of Zelda game before Silk Song.
Dude, imagine Elder Scrolls 6
Switch
comes
2.
out.
No, oh yeah, no, that's a really good point. Elder
Right?
Scrolls 6 before
Imagine we get
Silk-
Elder Scrolls 6 before Silk Song. I'm gonna be happy, but also I'm gonna wanna die.
Oh my god.
god.
So is 2025 like the 2012 for for Hollow Knight players? The world ended for them at 2025 when Silk Song did not release. Silk Song, right? It's Silk Song. How many letters is that? 8.
He just start going to conspiracy route. You're like, look at this.
Hollow Knight Silk Song 8. If you try to make a number divisible by 2025 and divisible by 8 with 2025 and subtract that, you get 5. 5 syllables in Hollow Knight Silk Song. Silk Song confirmed 2025, baby.
I'm gonna cry. Dude, that game is that's in my top 5 games all time. Easily in my top 5 games all time.
Okay, so right, it's now time for part 2. So for part 2, let's do a little bit of a lead up.
Ooh, here
So,
we go.
What expectations did you have? And I just want to put this out there. This was a suggestion from Miko himself.
Yes,
so-
because I'm a nerd.
Yep. And I like yapping about, especially passionately yapping about video games. So, what expectations did you have for the DLC when it came to expanding the lore?
Okay, so when it came to expanding, obviously, there was, the whole Mikola question. It's like, what's Mikola all about? And I think, okay, coming into Silk Song, no! You're in my brain! No, coming into Shadow of the Urge, right?
Oh wait,
I think-
sorry to intervene, but I can just imagine. You know the grab attack in the final boss.
Yeah,
I
the
follow
1,000 years
me.
of compassion.
I will bring you 1,000 years of compassion, and I will finally release Hollow Knight Silk Song.
Dude, if they did that, like, I wish. Okay, you're gonna give me you're gonna give me a Silk Song. You know what? Your age sounds pretty good to me. Okay, I'm gonna be honest.
Mhm.
I had a lot of expectations for the lore. Almost none of them were met,
Ooh.
both in a good way and in a bad way.
Mm.
I came into the DLC wanting to know about. I thought, or I had this expectation that they were gonna build on Godwin. I thought they were gonna build on what like Mikola was cooking up in the Halic tree. I had so many questions about those, and none of them were met. I had questions about like Mesmer and how Mesmer tied into Melina, and like what's the relation? How is this Apparently, how like there's evidence of like a secret unknown child, and then, of course, lots of people had those questions about like Melina as a possible secret child of Marika, and absolutely none of them were met. Because I think anyone who came into the DLC basically knew that Mikela was gonna be like the big bad, right?
Um, Me personally, my expectation was very different.
Mm-hmm.
Like, when my expectations were still very grounded, especially when it came to lore, my expectation was very simple. I just knew that the DLC was going to be more centered around the family aspect of the Golden Order. So anyone that's connected to or Mikela, Melina, or Marika will probably play an important role
Mm.
in Shadow of the Earth Tree. And as you said, I'm like, wow, I like how nothing that I expected to get addressed did not get addressed, for better and for worse.
For better or for worse.
And the funny thing is, when I fought Mesmer, I'm like, why are you such an almost direct parallelism to Melina? You're missing one eye. You have a specific task given to you, indirectly or directly by Marika. And you two have something against the Golden Order in some way or another. Like, you don't acknowledge it as bad, but it is fucking flawed. Which shares into Marika's vision of the Golden Order. And yeah, it is sad that Godwin, the very first, like, you
the
know,
Golden Boy.
the golden boy who was surprisingly slain, like, you know, seen as unkillable, was killed. I'm like, are we really gonna gloss over this? I feel so bad for Mesmer. Yeah, I also feel bad for Mesmer because same. He believes that Marika is fine and dandy on the other side, not knowing that, and he's starting to be resentful of Marika, right? Like, he feels like Marika abandoned him and shit, and I'm just like, how about you don't fight me? I'll tell you what happened to Marika. How about you fight by my side?
That one comic, that was
Yeah.
like the alternate ending.
Yeah,
and then Mesmer,
ending.
Mesmer, your mom is crucified to a tree, and then Mesmer pulls up with you in the Elden.
She's what? Like,
in
yeah,
the random beast fight.
help me defeat this oversized whale. Like, yes.
Unagi, I will say, like, I think Mesmer in the half DLC, it's like, because he's basically like he's basically there for half the DLC, right?
Yeah.
I think in that half DLC, he is the best written character in all of Elden Ring. Across like
I can
all the
see it.
characters, base game,
I
think
can see
Mesmer
it,
is
yeah.
the best, most fully fleshed out character. He's such a good character.
Mm.
So I was like, we're talking about expectations, right? I think I was gonna ask you this. How did it disappoint you, and how did it exceed your expectations? It exceeded all my expectations for Mesmer. It exceeded my expectations for even telling the story of Marika. But I
Yeah.
think that mother-son dynamic between Marika, Mesmer, and the entire crusade, I thought that was so well executed.
Yeah, I honestly did not expect to like Mesmer the way I do. The first time I fought him and I learned more, I'm like, wait, oh dear, he doesn't know.
Mm.
He hates my guts, but he doesn't know. Oh dear.
And it's such a good example of like environmental storytelling.
Yes.
This is the thing that I love about Mesmer, because so many things that you know about Mesmer are never told to you by Mesmer or anyone really about him. It's more how you see other people view Mesmer and respect him.
Mm.
You see it in the Shadow Keep, where you go to, like, he has this entire crusade against the Hornsent, right? That's the entire
Yes.
plot, or that's his arc. But then you see that in the storeroom, the library, he's still taking efforts to preserve their culture.
And you'll also
Right.
look at the state of the castle that Relana is defending. she's practically a exiled,
Noble,
disgraced noble or royal, but she is still like, no, I am a knight to a fault.
right? So like all of those things that you just see in the environment.
Only someone like Mesmer can make a Carian royal be that devoted. Like it's crazy in a good way.
One of my
And
favorite pieces of Mesmer lore is when you read about the mutiny that happened,
oh,
right? And then you see that when some of his men realized like what he was and the curse he was carrying, they decided to go against him and like stage a mutiny or a coup.
mm,
And then Mesmer's response after defeating them was to mourn them. I thought like, wow, this is a fully fleshed out character who's sympathetic, who's flawed, and it was just such good storytelling.
it was something necessary that he had to do, but he did not like it.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah, though there are not many characters like that in games because, again, making a nuanced character like that is a risk. Risk because not many people who play games put stock in world building and writing, unfortunately. So
Unfortunately.
they will not appreciate very nuanced characters like that. So whenever they absorb the story and they lack that connection or that bond to that character, everything else looks confusing, disconnected, not well thought out. But it's when people lack that, that's when everything looks bland. But yeah, Mesmer is anything but bland. Mesmer is definitely more than he is at the surface, which a lot of
Yes,
people will
yes.
miss, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. And we'll tackle that too later on.
His VA did such a great job. Everyone's VA in Shadow of the Earth Tree did such a great job.
Shout
One of
out to
my
Egon.
he got dude, I don't care what people say. Summon Egon whenever you
You have
fight Bale.
to.
You
You have
gotta.
to.
Also, one of the
Curse
most
you,
curse
Bale!
you, Bale. On this day, I vow.
In a hail of harpoons! I love everything about
With every last breath of my very being.
this. Absolutely killed it.
He was literally too angry to die. I love
Too
him so
angry to
much.
die.
And I gotta say, one of the most harrowing, like, I'm so glad this is not a cutscene experience. Anyone who has played Shadow of the Erd Tree, I'm pretty sure all of you were also like in the same position as mine. Like, what the fuck is going on? You probably did not move for a couple of minutes. You were looking at the sky. You were looking around. When the text popped up,
Oh,
somewhere a
yes!
great rune shattered. I'm like, huh? What? And then
What?
I'm looking around. Wait, what? Why are there glitters of gold falling from the sky? And then I'm looking around like, wait. What's gonna happen to the world around me? Wait. What are the ramifications of this?
Because like that was so impressive to me that they pulled that out there because at no point in the base game do you ever see a great rune shatter?
No, you
You
don't.
never see that happen.
And the best part, it's not a cutscene. It's not a cutscene. So it is as organic as it is. Like you are experiencing as much as an NPC would in that world as if you were a part of that world.
Yes.
That's why
I
they
thought
did
that was
not
great.
that's why they did not take you out, because whatever you were doing at that point of the game, you're like, "Oh, I see a site of grace there. I'll go to it." And then a great rune has shattered somewhere. You're like, what do you mean a great rune shattered? What?
It was so well implemented. You know, it's so well implemented because it affected how I played the game. Whereas like I saw that text pop up, I heard the sound effect, and then the gold falling from the sky,
Yeah.
and I stopped, and I felt like I was in danger. I thought, am I about to get jumped? Is there gonna be a boss? I just stood there, experiencing that in RTT, real tarnish time. Yes.
That is one way to put it. But yeah, it was such an amazing experience. Like getting that prompt for the first time, no cutscene, unhindered. Like, wow, you're just shocked.
Nico chuckles. I'm in danger.
I legit thought there is gonna be a boss fight. Same. I'm
Same,
like,
same. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
because like with the big furnaces, right? With the big fire furnaces, blast furnaces, whatever. I honestly thought that the shattering of the Great Rune would like there's probably like a big boss just emerged somewhere. And I'm gonna hear boss music at some point, but I'm like, no, nothing. Like, what
And
the fuck?
yeah, that's the amazing thing. That was what really sold it. Where it's like, you get this sense of dread, and then nothing happens.
Nothing happens. And I think that is how suspension is. That is how suspense is suspended in a more prolonged. Like you are waiting for the result, but you're like, where's the result? And you waiting for that is like haunting you for the rest of the game until you see the influence of the Great Rune like breaking. You talk to Needle Knight. You talk to just about every other NPC. It's
On the
giving
flip side,
Radon
though,
shooting star entrance. Yeah.
on the flip side, though, there are people who will go the entire game just thinking, so what was that about?
Yeah. Like you know that Willem Dafoe meme where he's looking up.
Yeah.
That was my reaction. Like, what's going on?
Or you like that's one side. You know, that's one side of the people who think about like the world building and the environmental storytelling. But then on the flip side of that, it's like the Loki meme where it's like somewhere a great rune is shattered. Yes, tragic. Anyway.
Yeah, tragic. Anyway. My God.
So I want to ask you, like, how did in what ways did for your expectations, in what ways did it disappoint, if there were any?
Well, it's quite similar to what people are very disappointed in as well. Where, again, even I tried my best to ground my expectations because, again, if there's one quote I took from Kratos from God of War, lower your expectations and you won't be disappointed. Like I try to do that.
Thanks, Dad.
But honestly, as someone who loves Souls games and FromSoft games, like I cannot. I almost cannot. Like I bet you, like a few years from now, if they announce Sekiro 2, I'm like, oh my god, who is gonna be Sekiro? What happened to Kuro? What happened to
Right,
him?
right.
It's like they even like the characters the main character here is named Okabe. Oh my god! No, no. I'm gonna like bring out the whiteboard. I'm gonna bring out the whiteboard and some sticky notes and some pins and connect the dots and shit. But yeah, in terms of like disappointments for like lore building in Shadow of the Erd Tree, yeah, there were a few characters I was very like confident like they have to like delve even not deeply, just a little bit, right? A little bit, but barely. There was barely any lore connection or world stitching, I call it. With the likes of, you know, Godwin, Melina, especially Melina.
Especially
Because
Melina.
if there's one line to this day I am looking the answers for, I'm like, whenever you're going around the lands between with Melina, she cannot take physical form, right? The only time she can is when she is in Leyndell, and I'm like,
Why?
where the Erd Tree is. And again, she almost gives no shits what kind of Elden Lord you will become. Just bring me to the Erd Tree. And I'm like, can I have a breadcrumb of what your goal is at least?
Right. I think Melina is the like pretty much universally the biggest question marks people had were like, what's Melina about? Like, who's the Glowmite Queen? And what the fuck's happening with Godwin? Those were the big question marks that people had that everyone thought was going to be talked about in the DLC, and
Yes.
neither of them were talked about
And
almost at all.
I'm pretty sure anyone who looks at Mesmer, just look at Mesmer, and I'm like, Why do I see a lot of Melina in you?
Yes.
You have a scar. You're missing an eye. I'm like, and both of you have a task from Marika. I'm like, more so than just you're probably related. I'm like, there has to be more credence to your existence in this fucking game. You cannot just be a guide for the tarnished. And
Right.
it opens up a lot of questions because if there's one theory that some people have and I have personally, and this kind of ties into how Miyazaki does lore. Not there are very seldom things in his games that are coincidences. And anything that happens in the game, even as a game mechanic, is deliberate to the world
Mm-hmm.
building. So, for me, despite being tarnished, that is trying to be an Elden Lord and belittled by majority of just about every NPC that they encounter, base game and DLC. My head theory is like, why do I have a gut feeling that us being able to, even as a tarnished, being able to claim these great runes like it's our own, slaying demigods or actual gods, why are we so like resilient? Like, no matter how many times we die, we do not really die. But for example, Rogier, like my god, Rogier, bless his soul,
Mm.
like he dies and he
Yeah.
dies. But us, we're like, no, we're good. And I'm like, this is not a coincidence. This is not just plot armor or video game. There has to be a very good reason. And I honestly think that is because we are somehow connected to the demigods as well.
Yeah.
I
There's-
honestly think there has to be a logical reason, and I was hoping that any breadcrumb towards even just Melina would have not really outright confirmed that, but would be stoking the fire a bit. I'm just like, before the DLC, I thought Melina's Mikela's other half, like Marika and Radagon.
I have seen that theory floated around as
Ooh.
well. There were people who genuinely like believed that theory too, and were theory crafting all about that before the DLC dropped.
Yeah. And I'm confident a lot of people who theory crafted were very grounded in their theory crafting. They weren't too outrageous with like with their theory crafting. But yeah, it's just sad and disappointing where like of all the base NPCs that were the focus, like I get it. Radahn is cool. Radahn is hella cool. I love Radahn. And Moog's funny.
Moog is funny.
Moog's funny.
Moog redemption arc.
Moog
Everyone
redemption arc.
apologized to Moog.
Yeah. And I'm like, not like they're bad, but like there are so many other NPCs that deserve the same amount of like hype and focus, but they did not get it.
Yes.
I mean, for fuck's sake, Radahn has his own festival of all things. Radahn has his own festival. And meanwhile, Melina, like, literally the reason why the Tarnished was able to become Elden Lord. Yep, side character. But like, forgotten. I'm like,
absolutely nothing.
huh?
I think
What?
that was my biggest disappointment. Like it was Melina. Like I saw theories that sort of like that soothed the pain about the lack of Godwin revelations, but with Melina, I have seen like absolutely no justifications that have satisfied me.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. There's this one theory that I did like about like Godwin and why we didn't get anything about you know
Mhm.
the plot to bring him back or whatever. And it goes back to Miquella. Because if you look at the wording of Miquella's curse,
Mhm.
his curse is the curse of nascency, right? And everyone interpreted it literally, like he's a child, he's never gonna grow up. But the curse of nascency also applies to everything that he's ever plotted or planned, where none of his plans have come to fruition. You see it with the Godwin resurrection. You see it with the vow with Radahn, where the curse is that his plans will never reach adulthood. They'll never prosper, or they'll never
Mm.
grow into full completion. I thought
They'll
that was
never mature,
they'll never
so to
mature, and
speak.
I thought that was a very intelligent way to interpret the curse of nascency. That
Yeah.
it made me feel better about the Godwin thing. Like, okay, you know what, that's fine. But then everything else, like,
For
so why no
Melina though,
Melina?
I'm like,
Why no Melina?
you already have bits and pieces of Godwin theories that you can get from the base game. But even from the base game, you almost get nothing for
Mhm.
Melina. So I'm like, DLC then? Then when I played the DLC, wow, nothing either. What the
Not
fuck?
even, not a shout out, not an appearance,
But
nothing,
if you
nothing.
know, there is one area where a lot of the theory crafters are practically living in right now, and that's the Shaman's Village, and I can understand
Yes.
why.
Yeah.
Everyone is examining every square inch of that fucking village.
Everything from like the snake skin you find, the tree that's
Yeah,
also
the
the spell
tree.
that Melina casts.
Yep,
Everything. But
everything.
again, these are barely even crumbs.
Yeah, barely. Okay, let's move on to the next question, and I think it's also tied into what Unagi wanted to ask earlier, right? So, do you think Shadow of the Earth Tree's difficulty is just right, or it has flaws or problems?
I think I
Oh
think
wait, before we
it's
get there, map
uh
layout too. Yeah, a lot of
yes.
people superimposed Shadow of the Earth Tree's layout into the lands between, and I'm like, not a coincidence. If you look
It's
at the shape,
it's a shadow.
it's literally a shadow of the Earth
It's a
Tree.
shadow. It's the shadow of the
It's
earth.
not just like shadow as in behind or past. No, it's a an entity cast by the light being imposed on something in front of it.
I thought that was great. I thought that was
And
great.
yeah, it's a very literal shadow. And that is where more theories propped up. Like, even the position of that little Erd tree in the shaman's village, not a coincidence. Where does it line up? The exact position of the Erd tree in Lands Between.
Uh, See, these are the things. These are the crumbs that make you happy. These are the crumbs that, like, oh, there's mystique, there's lore, there's building, compared to the absolutely nothing that we got about Melina.
Yeah.
When it comes to Shadow of the Erdtree, though, I thought, okay, I think right out the gates, I think it's a success of a DLC.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
I think it's
agree.
flawed. But I think it is flawed.
That is okay. Nothing's perfect. It has flaws.
Yeah.
But yeah. So what for you were its flaws or problems?
I
Doesn't
think,
have to be related to difficulty.
okay, I honestly don't have any problems with Shadow of the Erdtree's difficulty, except for one boss. There's one boss that I hate with every ounce of my being, the way Egon hates Bale. And we'll get to that later. There's one boss that
we will get to
I
that
hate.
later. We will get to that later because like I literally have it ready for follow up.
But I think okay, starting from the shallow, I think the map. I thought okay, because I thought base game the map of Elden Ring was, I thought it was perfect. Like I had no complaints about the map of
Lands
the
Between.
base game,
Yeah.
the lands between. But in Shadow of the Erdtree, I honestly got frustrated with navigating the map because there's such an element of verticality, right? And this might just be a personal preference thing, where the map I found less than useful so often because you like the way the map directs you to a certain place and then it's cliff and then the way you get down there is like an underground tunnel that's so far away and I thought like
Yeah,
this is kind of annoying me.
I
That's
agree.
one. It's a very very shallow thing, but that's one of my complaints about it.
Mm.
But I think another one of my complaints was just odd choices on which NPCs to highlight. I thought it was
Oof.
strange that Relana and Romina didn't get cutscenes or dialogue. Like, no dialogue even. I thought that was so strange considering how integral they were to the plot.
Mm.
But then we get the full cutscene of like dancing of the dancing lion. I thought there were just some odd decisions that were made.
I agree. Well, for me, in terms of like difficulty, I already am aware that the DLC for any Souls game will always be significantly more difficult than the base game. So when I encountered the first freaking blade dancers in the fucking graveyard, I'm like, okay, this is fucking annoying.
Oh, the ovary monsters.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, you can grab me from afar, and whoa, that dealt how much of my health? Okay. No surprises there. But there were some times though where I'm like, I'm already using like a colossal weapon. You're not armored. Why are you not flinching?
Yeah. I had the same thought.
Even the Dragon Knights that had full armor, they flinched under colossal weapons. But
Yeah.
some enemies, I'm like, wow, this is weird.
That's something I felt too. That there were a lot of like sort of odd consistencies.
Odd consistencies. Yeah. That's one thing I complained throughout a lot of Shadow of the Erdtree, which I did not have problems with in base game. Because like if you compare your experience in Limgrave and Caelid, consistency. Limgrave is consistently very free flowing, where you have a lot of like room for error. Then when you get to Caelid, you have barely any room for error in any part of the map because that area is designed to be unforgiving.
Yeah, it's Australia.
Yeah. Yeah. But then in Shadow of the Erdtree, I'm like, there are some enemies that like look really imposing, and I'm like, wait, that's it? And then there are some enemies where I'm like, okay, you're gonna flinch a lot. And then I literally do a jumping heavy attack with the heavy talisman, by the way, and I two-hand the fucking colossal weapon. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, did I just do a love tap to you? Like, what?
I think those inconsistencies were one of the areas where I felt like, you know, I very seldomly think that, okay, this is difficult for difficult's sake. But then I appreciate a certain logic being followed in the game. Like, you see unarmored and then they flinch, but they're fast. That makes sense to me. I see, like, in the base game, you see the Crucible Knights for the first time, and you can see how heavy their armor is. So it makes sense that they never flinch and that they have to carry them.
Yeah.
Right? Like, those things make sense. There's a logic that's being followed. And then there were times in Shadow of the Erdtree where the inconsistencies in the enemy types were like, okay, I guess we're throwing some logic out the window, and then I just gotta take this as is.
Do you know what's the worst, like, for me, the worst experience? It makes me hate Farum Azula even less. Yeah.
Okay.
I hate Farum Azula even less with all the damn birds and dragon. Yes, thank you. I was about to say that. The fucking curse blades.
Blades.
The worst one for me is the ice one. I'm like, how am I supposed to dodge this ice? It covers the entire area. And then I run away and I'm like, wait, I'm stuck on a fucking corridor. And then it shoulder tackles me like it has drive rush, and I'm like, okay, can I at least make you flinch with my colossal weapon? Nope. I'm like, huh? What am I supposed to do?
And you're looking at them, it's like, you're in clothes. You're not even fully decked out.
Like, what is this bullshit?
How do you have more poise than a Crucible Knight?
Yeah, I'm like, wait. Motherfucker moves so much I cannot see. It's not just them being everything about them, Unagi. Everything about them is just very inconsistent. They are big, they are bulky, they have big weapons, big spells, big attacks, big charge ups, big delays, but they fucking move like Malenia. I'm like, what? It doesn't make any sense.
Like, all logic was thrown out the window in favor of difficulty with that.
Like, I get it, like, big damage, but
also
look at
fast?
Malenia. Malenia hurts. Malenia is fast, but guess what? She's not in full armor. What does that mean? Flinch. She can flinch. It's one of the reasons why Malenia, I think, is still quite the fair fight. Why? Because she can flinch. But these motherfucking curse blades, man. Like, when I started to get, I'm like, okay, they do that ranged attack where they stab the ground, and then a white root tries to stab you from the ground. I'm like, okay, I can dodge this. Okay, I'll just poke. And then when they summon the ice, I'm like, okay, that is bullshit. Because it immediately comes out. You take frost damage, and like as you run away, you still have to keep your eye on them if they're charging at you. I'm like, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do?
Since we're talking about like like our frustrations about the design and stuff, I think another thing where the polish of base game really shines over Shadow of the Erdtree is also in terrain design, both in like the overworld and in arenas.
Yes.
Because there were so many instances where, because it's an uneven terrain, like it's at a slope, where like I think everyone has had this experience where you're taking down one of the furnace golems, and then you finally get it knocked down, but because you're fighting them at the slope, their sweet spot is unreachable, and you're just like, God fucking damn it!
For me, the worst. Do you know the plague dragon right next to the castle?
Mm-hmm, yes.
I have lost count of how many times it would move around, and then it would like clip on the ground because it doesn't know if it wants to fall on the cliff on its left legs or if it wants to rest on the cliff on its right legs, and it just keeps like hopping mid-air, and I'm like,
there was a clear lack of polish.
I was like very frustrated because I'm like, this boss is not even that hard once all of the other knights are dead. So let's say you take the time to let the dragon kill the knights for you. And then when you fight the dragon and you almost have it dead to rights, and then because of a glitch, it just keeps hopping mid-air, but its attacks will perfectly hit you as if it was intended. I'm like, okay, that is bullshit. Like, that's bullshit. That's not even my fault. Like, I'm not being greedy. I'm waiting. I'm not using a cheese build. Like, no, I'm full health.
That is a clear lack of polish.
That is bullshit. That is a clear lack of polish. And yeah, the worst part, as Unagi said, I have to do it all over again. Like, that is one of the worst fights I've ever had. It's the fucking plague shade black-white dragon with the knights fighting it. I'm like, oh my god, clearly, like, if you don't want to wait, you have to fight the knights and then the dragon. But if you want to wait, like, you have to wait a while for the dragon to kill the knights. And I'm like, oh my fucking
You
god.
can see the... Okay, so I love... When I first saw that, I thought it was hype. I thought there was a sort of a... Like, this was something that I liked in fuck. Oh, what's the dragon game that we played recently? Fuck. Capcom game too. Dragon's Dogma.
Dragon's Dogma. Yeah.
I thought something that Dragon's Dogma did really well, but there were a lot of like set pieces.
Yes,
right?
I agree.
Like a giant fighting a dragon that you'll just find in the wild. I thought like Elden Ring sort of had a lack of that. So when I saw like the camp of knights fighting that ghost flame dragon, I thought that was hype as shit. The first time, every other time, I thought this is bullshit. I hate it because, like you said, if you wait for the dragon to take out the knights, you see that it took so long because there would be so many times where the moves would just miss.
Or, because the knights are blocking all day, they barely take any damage. You know how petty I was, chat? You know how petty I was? I timed it. 20 minutes was the longest time I waited for the dragon to kill the knights. I was just standing on the side.
Janky.
I was standing on the side because if I aggroed even one knight, guess what? The archers on the other side of the field are going to snipe you perfectly.
You. Yes,
yeah, so I'm just like, I'm going to wait. I'm gonna wait here. Took me 20 minutes.
I think that boss fight or that field fight that you mentioned, like that's the perfect example of like
this game lacked polish.
Me.
Yeah,
yes.
it was
because
bullshit.
Aside from that, there would also be times where the dragon would be flying all around, and because it goes past a certain like pixel where it's beyond
not supposed to be there.
Arena, it teleports back into the middle. It's like, this is janky as fuck.
Like, I get it, that is a failsafe, but at the same time, it should not be this bad.
Yeah.
It should not be this bad.
So I think
Like,
that's one of my clear flaws. In
one
the
of my
DLC.
major complaints for Elden Ring as a whole is that there were so many performance issues, both on console and PC. It's not exclusively a PC thing. On day one, there were a lot of problems. They're still here
Yes.
with the DLC. I'm like, okay, like, I get the lack of, like, Melina lore, Michaela lore, Godwin lore, but at the very least, can you make your game run smoother? Nope! Like, oh my god, I can't believe I'm complaining about this even now. When I did the Malenia challenge, I hated the one time Malenia is about to do waterfall dance. The game froze for a second. I'm like, this is still here? Like, this is still here? You can't be fucking serious now.
If something is like that difficult by design, it should. There's no excuse for it having fucking lag issues.
And a lot of people complain about Dragon's Dogma 2 for the same thing too, the performance issues. And I hate to say it, but Dragon's Dogma 2 has less performance issues than fucking freaking Elden Ring. Because a lot of the performance issues of Elden Ring happens at the worst part.
Exactly. That was what I was gonna say.
Because in Dragon's Dogma, most of it is just in crowded areas where nothing barely happens.
It's somewhere in town. It's like an inconsequential place.
Yeah.
The places where you'd have performance issues randomly in Elden Ring and Shadow of the Erdtree
In the
are
middle
in
of a
places where
fight.
you'll just die. It's like, I died for that. That's not my fault, game.
Yeah. And that's
And that's
really
not a skill issue. That's not a skill issue.
That is the worst kind of death, when it's out of your control and it's not your fault. It's just the game being a janky ass game. Now,
I agree.
all right. Now, on the same topic of, like, difficulty, right? Just keeping on the same topic of difficulty. So, you know, FromSoft games are notorious for, you know, making NPC quest lines, as you said, like, they're not gonna handhold you through a quest. Like, you have to figure it out like it's a fucking Phoenix Wright game. Let me just fix this.
Okay, this was one of my questions that I wanted to pick your brain about too.
ER feels like an open beta game sometimes. Yeah, and I
Yes,
hate
it
that.
does.
It's really unfortunate. The FromSoft games are really notorious for making NPC quest lines inaccessible, difficult to follow. So, would you change anything about how quests are presented, or are they fine as is? Can I lead with this one?
You sure.
I'll just say it this. Hell no. It is not fine as it is. Absolutely not. It is absolutely not fine as is. Because I'll just say it at this point. It was probably okay back then during the Dark Souls days, but with Elden Ring, because of the scale, like, a lot of people are like, you can keep track of NPCs. Do you know that they patched that in? Like, a lot of people forget. Yeah, on the map where they give you NPC icons, that was patched in. That's not there by design. They were still keeping the old Souls design of, like, do you remember where this NPC was? No? Good luck. I hope you remember. I remember the frustration I had when I was doing, just for funsies, I was doing freaking Millicent's questline again.
Yes,
I'm like,
yes.
Where does she go again? And then, like, the prosthetic. I'm like, where the fuck do I get the prosthetic again? Like, are there any hints to where? Like, Jesus Christ.
I thought that was so frustrating. Millicent, I think, was like, in the base game, was the worst offender because she moved around so much. Like, moving, like, if you're gonna have, like, moving NPCs across like so many areas of the game with no meaningful way to track them, it just makes it like, I have to look up fucking Fextra Life for this now. Because otherwise, how the hell am I supposed to, like, find her in such a large world.
And
It feels
Onagi
good.
highlighted something that I I reluctantly pointed out to her because like I was confident Unagi could figure it out herself, but like I for her consent. Like, do you want to know what to do? Like, how the fuck am I supposed to know I have to drink St. Trina's nectar 4 to 5 times to get anything? I'm like,
It's so
yeah,
funny.
no, realistically, I
It's so
told, like, she
unintuitive.
asked me, did you read a guide? I'm like, yeah, I read a guide. I read a fucking guide. Because I'm like, how the hell are you supposed to
that out?
find out?
See, there's some sort of like locked away behind like obscure knowledge where I think the oh mother gesture, I think that was fine. I think it's
Hmm.
cheeky. I think it's somewhat unfair and it's difficult to expect, but thematically it makes sense.
Mm.
But drinking Saint Trina's nectar 4 to 5 times just to progress the story arc, it's so unintuitive because there's no hint, there's no clue. It's
Not
not like
only
you get
that,
the death screen and then you get like a dialogue. It's like if you get the death screen and then you see a little bit of dialogue, you think it clues you in into thinking, "Oh, that's new. I'll do it again." But there
the,
was nothing. It
yeah,
was just you died.
the worst part is that again, when you see a death dialogue, you died. Where have you seen that several times? When you do something wrong.
Wrong.
So
Exactly.
that's the
It goes
feedback.
against the logic of the game.
Like, you've been playing this game base game because you cannot skip to the DLC, mind you. So in your adventure, in the time that you spend playing the base game, you will be greeted by the you died several times whenever you die because skill check,
did something wrong.
gravity, you did something wrong. That is basically the feedback that the game is giving you. You did something wrong, die. So drink the nectar, die. What do you think the player's gonna expect? I did something wrong. I'm not gonna do that again. But
If you're gonna do
how
that, at
many
least
people-
throw in a hint that it's different.
yeah, but like, how many people would be curious enough to like, is that really it? Like, you know how many times I tried the first playthrough? 3 times. I was one nectar drink short of progressing that fucking quest line because I was only curious enough 3 times. I'm like, you know what? I'll stop on the 3rd death. And I'm like, when I saw on fucking Twitter, like, people like, yeah, you have to do this 4 to 5 times. I'm like, what?
That's bullshit.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit.
Dude, I think, like, when I think about like how inaccessible the NPC quest lines are, no fight in the game makes it clearer than the Needle Knight Leda fight.
Oh god.
Because I think on paper, when that fight is what it is, and it's the culmination of like a choose your allies sort of arc, I think thematically it's should be hype, right? It's like it can be like a 3v3, it can become a 3v2. It should be hype because it's a result of your choices in the game.
Yeah.
But what realistically happens is you pull into that fight, it's a 3v1, you're thinking this is bullshit. You see a summon sign, and then you get fucking that one sanguine noble. What's his name? I can't even remember his name because he's not even an NPC. He's the NPC they give you if you don't do enough things to get the other NPCs to help.
Yeah.
And the vast majority of people only have that guy, and they're going, "Who the fuck is that guy? What's his deal?" Like, that being such a universal experience is so symptomatic to me that there is a problem in how NPC questlines are presented.
I felt like on top of that, there was a missing step. Like, a part of me believes that quest line was incomplete.
I agree.
I felt like it was incomplete because I'm like, oh, so we're gonna fight now? Like, really? That's now?
There's just a lack of build-up.
Yeah, that was the vibe I was getting. Like, there's a lack of build-up. I'm like, it's almost there, but it's not there.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's not, the water is not cold enough for you to feel like, yeah, I missed something. But it's not hot enough either for like, yeah, this is where it ends. You're stuck in a lukewarm purgatory where you're like, something's not right. Something's missing.
you know the parallel fight for that from the base game is the Gideon fight, right? Where
Oh yeah.
Gideon's abilities will change depending on which great runes you were able to get during the course of your game before like completing Farum Azula.
Mm.
And like that fight, for for all of its flaws that people don't like NPCs fights or whatever, and does this whole speech. I think that it was still miles away better executed because when you go back to the round table hold, it's the first time that Gideon, it's the only time that Gideon isn't in his room. And that at least clues you in to the fact that wait, something has changed.
Yeah, and don't
Something is
forget,
different now.
Gideon the All-Knowing is called the All-Knowing for a reason.
Yes.
When the fact that he left means that there is nothing left for him
To know.
to know.
Like there's a thematic, there's still storytelling, and there's still something as obtuse as it is. There's something there with the Needle Knight Leda fight. There was basically nothing. There was that missing step, like you mentioned.
Yeah. And that's the disappointing part because I'm like, I love the NPCs. That's the funniest thing. All of the
Right?
NPCs involved, I loved all of them.
They were
Especially
all compelling. They were all compelling.
especially Ansback.
Ants back, yes sir.
Especially Ansback.
The homie, best boy Ants back.
The fact that Ansback is just very professional level with you. He's like, I know you killed Moog, but you know what? It's better than what Mikela did. So
Okay.
I'm not gonna hate you for it.
My first playthrough of Shadow of the Erdtree, I got the Sanguine Noble because I wasn't able to finish like either of the quests.
Mm.
And then the second time I played it, like I looked up the guides, I made sure to complete the quest lines, and then you see the interactions between Redmane Freja and Ansback, where they're expressing their mutual respect for each other as contemporaries on the battlefield. I thought like this is such a shame that so many people will not see this.
Mm.
And I think it's the game's fault. It's one of those things where it's not like, oh, you can't even fault the player for this type of thing where it's like, oh, you didn't read loser. No, it's really the game did not make it accessible. Or at
Or
least
did
in my
not give
opinion.
you enough like signs or hints.
Yes, yes. I think
Because
that's a big problem.
hilariously, you know what's one game that does that pretty well, and it even has a quest tracker?
Mm-hmm.
Breath of the Wild. It will not give you a precise location for some of the quests, but it will give you an estimation and some hints.
Right, right. I think that's something like, there's so much text that you go through. There's so like every item has lore built around it. Would it hurt to give you a vague quest tracker in some degree? It doesn't have to be, like Hades style where
It
it's the
doesn't even
full
have to
arc.
be. It doesn't even have to be the infamous Ubisoft UI. No, it doesn't have to be
Just something that at least lets me know
something,
na
anything.
all right, this happened. Okay, they've
It can
moved
even
on.
be. It can even be exclusively at the site of grace.
Yes, yes, I agree. I agree.
Christ. Okay.
There are so many ways to implement it where it doesn't
Mm.
have to be hand holding or spoon feeding, but at the same time, just make sure that the game that you so meticulously crafted gets to be experienced.
I agree.
I think it's a shame. I think it's a shame.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to pick your brain about this because I have such strong thoughts.
If there
about
is
that.
one design choice I do understand, it's like they do not mind if people miss it. But I draw the line where it's almost designed for people to miss. And I'm like, that's
Yes,
not
yes.
good.
It's like you're being difficult for difficult sake. It's
And
like-
that is the worst kind of difficult for me.
Yeah.
Because that's cheap. It
Yeah.
doesn't challenge, it's just cheap. Anywho. Okay, next question. Speaking of cheap, what boss fight in Shadow of the Erdtree frustrated you the most? Oh,
fucking
boy.
Commander Gaius. Fuck that boar rider.
Oh my god.
I hate that boss with
I
every
agree.
ounce of my being. I thought that
I
boss was
agree.
bullshit.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Like the first time I fought that boss, just figuring out how to dodge the fucking
The charge?
boar.
Yes, the
You
boar
don't
charge.
dodge left, right, or back. It's through. And I'm like,
That's
wait,
jank. That's
but
just
it's
jank.
so janky. Like, it's almost like you're asking me to do 5 electric wind god fists in a row
Like
with
it's one of
how
those.
tight the dodge window is for that.
There are so many bosses like Melania's waterfall dance is always my main example where yes, the timing is tight. Yes, there are specific directions that you roll in, but once you have the knowledge, it's very likely that you'll never get hit by it
It's
again.
not even execution heavy. Dodging
Yes,
Malenia's waterfall dance is not execution heavy
it's
unless you are
knowledge.
doing it in a very specific way, which is, yeah, I get
The
to deal
close
more
range, the
damage.
circle, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
but it's execution heavy. But there is an easy way, proper way, intended way to do it. You run
Run.
backwards, dodge forwards, you're done.
Yes. But then with I don't like when you do have the knowledge, but the knowledge is inconsistent. I
Yeah.
don't like that. That's just to me screams jank, lack of polish. There's something about the way the hitboxes were designed where it's not working as intended.
Yeah, it's not even the typical wow bullshit Souls games hitbox. No, this one is egregious.
It's just
This
it's
one is
just
really
pure jank.
egregious. Like, I have lost count of how many times, like, when I dodge roll forwards, I know I'm late because I can see this is my biggest frustration. I see my character literally leaning forwards, entering dodge roll, and it's like I get hit by rollback, like, no, you got hit. And
Yeah.
I know that's when I know, like, okay, I'm late. And then I know I'm early when I dodge through and then I get hit at the tail end. I'm like, what?
That to me is like the biggest. It's the example of everything that we've talked about that's wrong with
It
how
has
some things
nothing
are
to do with
designed.
the difficulty. It's just like, did they play test it?
Yes,
did
yes.
they actually play test it?
Ooh, and we haven't even gotten to Radon yet.
Yeah, we
We're
haven't
just
even
at
got
the
to the final.
boar.
Yeah, we just at the boar. Me, hilariously, the boss fight in Shadow of the Earth Tree that frustrated me the most. Not even the boar. I
It's not
hate
the
the boar.
boar?
I agree that the boar is so fucking frustrating. But nothing pisses me off more than Radon.
Yeah.
Than Radon.
I
Like,
see it. I see it.
what gets me is the jump from phase 1 to phase 2. Phase 1, I'm like, okay, this is young Radon. And then suddenly phase 2, why the fuck am I fucking fighting a Super Saiyan all of a sudden? Like, and I hate how I'm going back to base game whenever I compare this shit, because I'm like, phase 1 Malenia compared to phase 2 Malenia. Phase 2 Malenia has, like, yeah, some of her attacks now has the AoE, so it's safer now.
Yeah.
Like, you cannot immediately just counter attack or punish her moves anymore.
Or
And
you
she
get,
has the super waterfowl dance, right? Where there are clones. So tight dodge window, but it's still like, okay,
Yeah.
it's challenging. It's not that bullshit. So um kind of that, Jane, kind of like, it is bullshit how Nemesis there is literally you get hit once you die, and like, wow, that's bullshit. But like, I think Radon in part 2 is just worse because I'm
Yeah.
like, I'm trying to even look at non-egregious cheese strats, especially like if there's one major gripe I have with Elden Ring, and people can call me carried for this, I do not care because I think it's still reasonable, my take on this. When they nerfed Bloodhound Step because of PvP, I'm like, why
Yes.
is this PvE OP thing being nerfed for the sake of PvP? And look, I'm not even gonna hate on PvP players in Elden Ring because I acknowledge it, okay? I acknowledge it. People love PvP in
Yeah.
Souls games. But it's primarily
A PvE game.
a PvE game. And it's Bloodhound Step is so bad now. And I'm looking at this Radan fight. The reason why I did not even bring Bloodhound Step even once for phase 2, because I'm looking at it and I'm like, it's
effectively
pointless.
useless.
It's pointless. And the worst part, I'm pretty sure like I've seen Unagi like endure and suffer through Radan. Whenever Radon does the light nuke, I basically cringe, wince, and cry internally when the frames drop to like
Yes.
10 frames.
Yes.
I'm like, this cannot be fucking real. Like
you can't have something
we cannot
this cheap
have this
and have performance issues.
Yeah, we cannot have this kind of performance issue where guess what? The boss don't suffer it. We do. And I'm like, oh, it's lagging. And because it's lagging, it read your input late. So you're like, oh, I'm going to get hit by this nuke. And I'm like,
I
Oh
I
my
hate
fucking
going back
God.
to the base game to make like comparisons, but sometimes you have to. But like again, going back to the Malenia fight, once you learn the sort of logic, the flow, the rhythm of the phase 1 Malenia, that logic still applies to phase 2, although to a lesser, to a it's more challenging in phase 2, but the same logic applies. There's so many moves that jump from Radan phase 1 to phase 2 where
Michaela
everything.
Radon is just like, whatever knowledge you had in phase 1, that's gone.
Yeah,
That's
fuck that.
absolutely gone.
We changed the rules, bitch.
And I still think that's bullshit. And here's the
Yeah.
thing, like I'm still like trying to be reasonable. Like I get it. Like this time he's literally being possessed
He's powered by a
and
god. Yeah.
powered by an actual god.
Yes. Not
Like,
just like an aspect. Or
We did
demigod.
not. It's
He's
the
a god.
equivalent. It's the equivalent of imagine if Radagon was not only being puppeted by the Elden Beast. No, imagine if the Elden Beast was fighting with Radagon.
Yes.
And
yes.
eventually, this is what we got with Phase 2. The flashbangs too. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I swear to God, like I really tried my best to figure it out without looking any guides. And I also saw that everyone was suffering it. Everyone was suffering phase 2 Radon, and we all suffered from the same thing. The flashbangs. Like it's very odd because I have never fought a boss this egregiously unfair by
Yes.
design. I think by design.
To be
because
frustrating.
no, Jane, they haven't fixed the fight yet.
No, they haven't.
Now here's the thing. The reason why I think the Radan fight is unfair, and before anyone, somebody just beat it on 2 games at once, it doesn't make it any less fair. I didn't say
Yeah.
unbeatable. I said it's unfair. For a very simple reason. Even in I'm doing the same thing Miko is doing, base game. You look at any fight in base game, even my most hated fight in base game, freaking Malekith. I fucking hate Malekith. Malekith is hella cool. I love his design. I love his fight. I love the arena, the music. Fuck phase 1, fuck phase 2. But here's the thing though. What is the golden rule whenever you dodge an attack in a Souls game? What is the golden rule?
Dodge into them.
You dodge into the attack, yes, right? You dodge into the attack. What the fuck does God Radon, Michaela Radon do in phase 2?
He punishes you for doing that shit.
He covers those tracks by summoning light pillars. In every run that I have done in that fucking fight, whenever I try to beat it, my chief complaint is the fucking light pillars. Like, I swear to God, from start to finish, base game and even DLC, from start to finish, I have been following the golden rule that even the game is telling me it's still a golden rule. Even when you fight the rot spider worm scorpion thing.
Oh,
right?
I love her. I love
I love her fight. You dodge towards. It still works. Even when she leaves the trail of like butterflies that explodes with rot, you still dodge towards that because you have time to like it's gonna explode. But with Radon, like no, it's very specific per swing. Like every swing has a specific dodge pattern that you have to do at a specific time. Why do I say time? Because his next attack will come out instantly. And depending on your position, you are probably in perfect position to get punished by the light pillar. And I'm like,
That's the thing. That's the thing that frustrates me. It's like it punishes you for rolling correctly.
yeah. Ugh.
You know, like, sometimes like I can understand. I can give that some leeway if okay, I dodged it correctly at the right time, but I dodged in the wrong direction. I can understand that. It's like, okay, I have to dodge at a certain angle. What frustrates me too about Radon is because he rotates so much, almost randomly while he's swinging, that there is never a consistent dead angle that you can actually go for.
There is no dead angle.
Because his position, it constantly shifts. It's not one of those like designs where he swings, you see the startup animation for the swing, you dodge like 45-degree angle to the right. Because however he's looking at you, it's so subject to change that it's like there's no way to actually get it right every time. It's so inconsistent.
Funny thing, because I told Unagi this when she was like calling out a lot of bullshit on Radan. I told her, don't worry, it's not a skill issue. It's not you being bad. It is bullshit. I saw a clip. Somebody tested this frame by frame. The fast swing of Radan with his right hand. The fast one, okay? Not the one with the wind up that you can easily time a parry. The fast one. He tested it. He stood there. Do you know that the hitbox of that is before the swing even hits you?
That's such bullshit.
It really is. It really is. It really is. Like if you stretch your arm right now, Miko, like just stretch your right arm to the right. Yeah. That angle, it's already hitting you. The hitbox is already hitting you. That's how bullshit that attack is. And I'm like, oh my god. So it's really not being bad. It's just jank. Holy shit.
Yeah, I was watching a streamer play through Shadow of the Erdtree like day one because I wasn't able to play it like right upon release.
Yeah.
So I was watching a stream, and I watched the streamer go through like I think he was just like a rune level 60, so very underleveled for Shadow of the Erdtree, but got through almost every boss in the game. For all the bullshit, was enjoying every step of the way, like going, oh, that shit's cool, that shit's cheap, and then he gets to the Radon fight, and it's like you could see the joy leave his face.
Oh my god.
And after like probably 10 minutes of silence, he just randomly goes, wow, they really spent more time on the Mesmer fight than this one, huh? And like that's how you know. It's like, wow. Even someone who has been through everything that FromSoft has had to offer can recognize that this feels like it wasn't place tested.
It wasn't. I honestly feel like it wasn't. I think it was rushed. Or it wasn't playtested. The worst offender in that fight, on top of the light pillars. Phase 1, it's the easiest mechanic. Phase 2, in my opinion, it's the hardest.
Mm-hmm.
Meteor.
Oh, yeah.
In my opinion, it's weird. How is it that in Phase 1, it's arguably the easiest mechanic to dodge, but in Phase 2, it's suddenly the hardest fucking thing you've ever done? Because right after you dodge the meteors, you have to dodge the 5-hit after image. And it took me so long to figure out the pattern, but even then, I tested it. You have to be a certain distance to actually dodge them.
Dude,
You have to be far enough to not need to dodge roll 4. And then get this. It sounds like a fucking Guilty Gear old fighting game input. You have to dodge towards Radon. And then you have to dodge away from the rocks that he throws upwards. And then you have to dodge towards the light pillars. I'm like, On top of all that execution heavy dodging, you're telling me that I need to make sure that I'm able to run far away from Radon. Like, how is it that an arena that is roughly the same size, if not roughly the same size as Malenia, feels smaller than
Yeah.
Malenia's arena? Because no matter where I am, no matter where I am in Malenia's fight, I can tell that there's a wall behind me, and I'm like, I have to reposition myself so that when she jumps up her waterfall, I can run.
Yes, yes.
I have lost count of how many times. Like, I do not know why.
You
If
get
it's
pinned to the wall.
like, I'm like, when I see him go up, I'm like, oh no, wall behind me. I'm screwed. Like,
Dude,
screwed.
I felt that in the dancing lion fight, and I thought during the dancing lion fight, like, this is kind of annoying. But then when I got to the Radon fight, like, oh, this is some bullshit.
This is bullshit.
Dude,
It's so weird.
The way I
It's so
dodged the
weird and
meteors,
sad because it's the final fight.
yeah,
It's
the
the
lack
final
of
boss
polish,
fight.
the
Everything
final
you
fight.
have done, everything why you have been doing what you've been doing in Shadow of the Earth Tree leads up to that fight. And then
And
all you're met with is disappointing bullshit.
it's so much of the criticism is levied specifically just at Radon
Just that Radon and performance issues, and
and
that
performance issues.
pisses me off.
The
That really
meteors,
pisses me off.
my first clear of Radon. You know how I ended up just like, okay, this is the most consistent thing I can do, is you just take the hit, which is so counterintuitive to a game that teaches you all game long, just don't get hit, just
Don't
don't
get
get
hit.
hit, dummy.
Yeah.
But then it's such a counterintuitive thing where even if like you're not using a shield, if you just block the first after image, it's still better risk reward than trying to dodge them all, because at least you can dodge like the big hit at the end.
Yeah.
And I thought like, this doesn't feel good.
It doesn't. Oh, God.
It just takes away from like the polish that you expect from a from soft boss fight,
Yeah.
especially the ultimate one, the final boss.
With a
That's a shame.
fan favorite boss too, by the way.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of people felt like it cheapened the Radon experience,
Cheap. Yeah.
which is a shame because
Now
Radon
here's
was
the
always
thing.
kick
I
champ.
could still see the humor of like y'all complained that Radan was too easy after we nerfed it. Here you go. And I'm just like, this is too much.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
This is
yeah.
too much. Like, this is overtuned. This is way overtuned. Anywho, next question kind of ties in, and this is a very, very important one. So, to this day, there are still members of the Souls community, who harass, insult,
The gatekeepers.
yes, the gatekeepers, who use tools provided by the game to defeat bosses. Where do you think this mentality stems from? I think understanding where it comes from, like, it's clear as day. Okay, it's clear as
Yeah.
day. This is wrong. No one should be doing this because it's just toxic and wrong. But where do you think this stems from?
Honestly, I just think it comes from ego and self-importance.
Ego and self-importance.
I just think that there are some people who, because like obviously Elden Ring like exploded the popularity. Not that it wasn't a popular game or genre before, but it's exploded to like a scale that hasn't quite been seen. Where it's mainstream. It's mainstream now.
Hmm.
It's as mainstream as it comes, but it's so. It feels like it comes from like fighting game old heads, where like back in my day.
Ah,
It feels like that, where it's just like you've played like okay a different iteration of a game that doesn't exist anymore, and you're frustrated that other people are doing it better than you, or other people are enjoying it in ways that you don't feel quote unquote is right. But like that's you. Why do you care about
Yeah.
how someone else is enjoying a game?
And it also for me, it's like, here's the thing. It's quite paradoxical. Like, but Yoko, you beat Malenia no hit with just parrying. And for me personally, I chose that.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I chose to impose a limit on myself of only parries, no Bloodhound Step, and this was before Bloodhound Step was nerfed.
Was nerfed.
Um, I did have one run. I just did not record it though. I did have one run where I did nothing but dodge rolls. No Bloodhound Step, no Mimic Tier, no magic, no no heavy build,
Mm,
and still no hit Malenia. I chose that. I deliberately chose that. Why? Because I wanted to. Because I
yeah,
wanted to challenge myself.
but it's your choice. It's
And
a
I am
personal thing
fully
for you.
aware. Like, wow. Like, how many times have you done this? I'm like, several times. Wow, what was your first run like? It was nothing
Ass.
like this.
It was ass.
My first run was literally, I gave myself, I still remember it vividly, I literally just gave myself, I was still running Bloodhound's Fang. I gave myself Bloodhound's Fang, Jumping Talisman, Mimic Tier. What did me and my Mimic do? We literally just jump attack Malenia to death.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
same. I think
literally,
everyone,
that is
when in doubt,
literally
jump
it.
attack.
That is literally it, because Malenia is very susceptible to both bleed and flinch. Eventually, she will get staggered where you can do critical hits, and that was basically it. I did not parry. I ran away from waterfall dance and dodge roll. If I get hit, I didn't mind because we
As
out
long as you
damaged
survive,
her.
as
We
long as you
out
survive.
damaged her healing basically. And
Kiss her.
yeah,
And
and I honestly think this is where a lot of the insecurity, I will say, I'll just call it straight up. I think this is
yeah,
where
it's
a lot of the
insecurity.
insecurity comes up with. And I'm just like, why are you hating on people figuring something out that will make people, fulfill the goal of the
Mm.
game, which is, to defeat this boss and play the rest of the game?
Right?
That's like hating on someone for figuring out a more optimal route in a fighting game combo, dealing more damage than doing less execution. Like, why? In what universe is that a bad thing?
It's like, well,
I really, I
you won,
really
but
don't
you just threw
understand.
fireballs. You just threw fireballs all game. That's cheap.
I'm like, I do not understand how that is necessarily a bad thing. It's kind of like, it's quite similar to how in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, why do people still pick Dante when Virgil's right there? Because Dante's cooler. Being cool with Dante looks cooler than being good with Virgil.
Yeah, it's fun. The
But
purpose of
it's
a
a
game is to have
choice.
fun.
It's a choice. How would you define having fun? It's up to you.
Right?
People conveniently forget being smart is gaming.
Yes. You know,
Yeah.
we've been talking so much about like one of the beauties of like FromSoft games and gaming in general is like the element of problem solving. But one of the things that makes like a good game, is that there's no one touch solution for everything. There's no one shop thing. If there are several ways to solve a problem, I think that's an element of good game design.
Especially if the solution comes from the game.
Exactly.
That's the
Exactly.
best part. So, unfortunately for me, Miko, Unagi, Elmo, all of our mutuals that have played Elden Ring, I'm sorry guys. We are not gamers because we used
We use our
both
brains.
we used both our hands, both our eyes, all of the tools provided in the game, actually spending runes to level up vigor, actually upgrading our weapons,
Look at the screen, brother.
and using skills provided by the game to defeat bosses. Unfortunately, our runs are illegitimate. It's not legit.
Yeah, Kisaragi mentioned like there are people who embody let me solo her too much probably. I think that's an interesting thing to bring up because if you watch uh let me solo her streams for the DLC, his chat were so toxic. They were going like, "Oh, let me solo her is washed," because let me solo her was still learning the game.
Yeah, obviously.
It was so dumb to see like the
And
brain dead
it's hilarious
response.
too. Like, Do people not know that Let Me Solo Her said that he has failed several times also trying to solo Malenia? He got a lot of like rep for like, oh my god, such a god gamer, but he's like, I failed a lot of times too, by the way. I'm not
Like,
as untouchable as people think.
right? People think that like Let Me Solo Her was built in a day, but no, that's built on countless failures to get to the point where he can solo her. So it's so dumb to see people like, oh, Let Me Solo Her is so washed. He's dying to Radon. He's mortal. But like that's the reason he's such a legend is because he went about learning the game. Learn
On
the game.
honestly, one of my favorite things whenever I watch Onagi play Elden Ring,
Oh, Unagi's a gamer.
she has a pinned comment, and I'm like,
Oh yeah, yeah,
"You go,
I know the one you're
you
talking
go,
about.
girl, you slay queen."
Like no
Don't tell me,
backseating. I first
don't
tried
tell me
Malenia,
how
by
to
the way.
beat the boss. I defeat Malenia in under 1 hour. I'm like,
It's such a gamer. I fucking love Unagi.
good. Louder for the douchebags and the gatekeepers in the fucking back. Damn right.
Dude, I was watching one of another one of our friends, Risa, right? I was watching one of Risa's streams and someone tried to backseat Risa while she was on New Game 7 Plus speed running. I'm like, the audacity of some motherfuckers.
Like me personally, whenever I'm watching Unagi stream, and I hope people try to embody this next time when they watch someone struggle through a game that you yourself have finished, be it suffering the same way they did or you breezed through it. You have to understand that the person playing right now wants to play a certain way. I acknowledge that there are ways to cheese Radon, but me personally, I do not like cheese builds. But Denari parrying is cheesing. I don't see it that way.
Yeah, it's
I honestly
oh my
don't see
God.
it that way. But I still have a modicum of like awareness. So like I can see how it is cheesing, but it is not easy enough for me to acknowledge it
Yeah.
as cheesing. That's why whenever I saw a comment like they said like you make it look so easy, I'm like, believe me, it's not.
It's not.
When I was parrying Malenia left and right, I'm like, believe me, this shit looks hard. Believe me, this shit looks easy, but it's hard. This shit's hard.
It only looks easy because you've done the work to
Because
understand it
because
and
I've
make it
died
look
so
easy.
many times. I've died enough times to know what I'm doing wrong so I can correct myself. That's why whenever I have this urge to not even just Unagi, but anyone that I know, they're streaming a game, they're having difficulty, and I'm like, I know how to help them. I always tell myself, help them in a way that will not force them to play a certain way.
Yeah.
I always tell myself that. So like whenever I see Unagi like play through the final boss, I'm like, okay, I know what her playstyle is. Like if I'm going to give advice, it has to make sure that it can accommodate what she has. Like I'm not gonna force her to like make a cheese build just for a dud. Because
Yeah,
like
yeah.
I don't think it's gonna be fun. I don't know if she'll find it fun or not. And besides, I'm not sure if she even wants to do it. And for fuck's sake, she beat Malenia in under an hour, so I'll just I'll just wait. I'll just watch. She got
Dude,
this.
it took me like 6-7 hours to beat Malenia the first time. I was like, but still, like, then now, like, I can no hit Malenia,
And
no
especially
problem.
if people take the time to use their brains, as Unagi
Yes.
mentioned, if any of these backseaters who tried to backseat Risa or Unagi, I'm just like, have you guys watched them actually play? They're doing nothing wrong. They're doing nothing wrong. Like me personally, I'm like, no, I see that Unagi's not greeting. I see that she's waiting. No, she's not even poking. Nope, she's just dodge rolling, but she still gets hit. And I'm like, that sucks. That's unfortunate.
Yeah, it's unfortunate.
And I'm just like, nope, she's doing nothing wrong here. She's doing
Yeah.
nothing wrong. But people don't. They watch, but they don't look. All they see is you got hit, you suck.
There's this experience I think that's very sort of specific to streamers in particular, but it's like I mostly only stream fighting games, right? And it's like in fighting games, like you're not gonna backseat me because if you're gonna backseat me, like pull up, fight me right now. But then with a game that's PvE and everyone's played, sometimes like there will be times where I'm in the mood to no hit Malenia with like, like in a parry build, no armor. Other times I'll be like, I want to see if I can beat Malenia if I'm using Dark Moon Greatsword and some spells. Because it's a PvE game where you can tailor the experience to whatever your mood is in any particular time. But then when people are watching you play a game, they're like, no, you're doing this wrong because this is how I beat them and how I, the streamer, watch my favorite streamer beat them too.
You guys know that girl that uses EG to beat ER? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'm
Awesome.
familiar.
Fucking awesome.
Dope shit.
I do not I do not look at the comments for that specific reason. I know that people are gonna find a way to discredit her.
Dude, I hate. Okay, this is something that I found so
And
like I
wait.
found somewhat fascinating.
Wait,
Go,
before
go,
I
go.
go there, I hate to say this, but I think it needs to be said. If I did that, if Miko did that, we would not get discredited.
That I was. It
It's because
pisses
we're
me
guys.
off.
It's
It
because we're
pisses me off
guys.
that like, you look at the comments for people doing these challenge runs and these creative challenge runs where it's like 2 dance pads, whatever. And then the comments are always discrediting like, oh, it's a cheese build, bleed is cheese, bleed is cheating. But
But if
then,
a guy did it, they're cool, they're Chad, they're
right,
gaming, and I'm like, what? In a genre where skill is not reliant on gender or sex, are we really going to make it a gender sex thing?
it
You
is
guys
so
suck.
so stupid. It's inexcusable to me, and it blows my mind because if you look at like the evidence, if you just look at YouTube, you pull up challenge runs, the vast majority of people with the most creative, most innovative challenge runs, they're all
Our
women.
female, yeah, our women.
They're all women. So with this notion that oh, women cheesing the game, it's so stupid because they're
It's
the ones
stupid.
pushing the envelope
Look,
with
like
how creative you can be.
I am not even going to I'm gonna call it here. But a lot of you know the God run, right? Where you clear every
Yes,
single
yes.
Souls game with level 1 without getting hit once.
The God Run.
Yes. That will take a lot of practice, but you know what? I personally think that is nowhere near as difficult as what most creative challenge female streamers go through.
I agree. I
The
agree.
EEG, the dance pad for the PC Elden Ring, PS5 controller for PS5 Elden Ring at the same time. That I think that's way harder. I
The
think
voice
that's way harder.
activated, the voice activated
That one
ones.
too. Yeah, the voice activated. I think that's way harder than the God Run. I do not care what people say. I think it's more difficult than the God Run. I still think it's more difficult than the God Run. I honestly think. And again, it hurts my bone. It hurts my soul when I know why. And I'm like, I hate assuming. I really, really hate assuming. But the signs are there. I'm like, if a guy did this, they would not discredit. But because it's a woman doing this, discredit. And I'm like, guys, it's 2024 and we're still like this.
Incel
Fuck y'all.
behavior. If a goldfish can kill Market, everyone can beat the game.
Yeah.
I'm saying
And
that
it
goldfish.
really sucks. And you know, like what hurts me also, what really hurts me is when someone tries to give advice and you don't know what they are, you wouldn't turn down good advice. Why does it matter what their gender is when they said what their gender or sex is when they're giving advice though? Like,
Amen. Like,
I don't get
just,
it.
Just take the information for what it is.
Just take the information. And
Ah,
here's the thing too,
so
like
frustrating.
the frustrating part here, Miko, is that like although it's not completely absent, But in professional fields, people are willing to like acknowledge the professionalism of women. I'm like, are you really going to argue with a female doctor that has a medical degree? If
Some
she
people do.
says like
Some assholes do.
like really? Like really? Not to say that they don't, right? Not to say that they don't. And Unagi wink wink. Not to say that they don't. But it's exercised less. It's exercised less in professional fields like that. And I'm like, that mentality can be applied when someone in a game is just giving you advice. They're not even saying that you're doing it wrong or you're bad. They're helping you. They're helping you. Why does it matter what chromosome they have in their body? Like, the end result is the same. They're not against you. They're on your side. I really do not understand why not just I'll say this, not just the Souls community, but
Yeah.
every community out there is just like, it's just against women. And I'm like, some of the most like professional and skilled video game like streamers and YouTubers out there are women. Like,
Shout outs to women.
shout outs to women. Like, sorry, but yeah.
Yeah. Our friends and everyone out there, Unagi, Risa, we got your back. Fuck the haters.
Yeah, fuck the haters. Fuck the haters. Doesn't matter to me, like, if I was like struggling with the boss, doesn't matter if Unagi or Miko told me, hey Inari, you could try doing this. I'm like, yeah, screw it, I'll take advice. I fucking need it now. I'll take it, cause God, I wanna kill this thing.
I want to move on.
I wanna move on. I wanna play the rest of the game.
It's like, I'm not gonna move on unless I do it my way and unless it's told to me by a man.
Oh man. Or
Fucking pussy ass behavior.
pussy ass bitches, I swear to God.
Ah.
2024. 2024.
Do better.
Or I don't know, maybe just be good enough that you don't need advice, regardless if it comes from a guy or a girl, I guess. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ.
All right.
Oh.
Next question. Now this is a little bit of lore related. This is a bit lore related. So, and I saw this. Some criticisms against the DLC are that the final boss felt random from a narrative perspective. Are those criticisms valid?
I think if you look at the DLC for what it is, and if you play the DLC and you get the full content from the DLC, I think that the final boss being there is fine because the seeds were planted.
Yeah.
On the flip side of that, I think, and this touches on what we talked about earlier, the game makes it so hard to actually experience that I can understand why the criticisms are being levied against the final boss.
Yeah. Like, me personally, Radan being the final boss makes sense. But at the same time, when I disconnect myself from Radan Ormog's relevance in Shadow of the Erdtree, I cannot help but think there could have been a better final boss than this, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm not saying that it's wrong that Radan's there. No, it makes complete narrative, world building, lore sense why he is there. I mean, if you look at the armor, if you read the armor description of Radan, it really does bridge the gap. And, you know, people are like, yeah, we gotta apologize for the Malenia hate. We get it now. Like, Malenia was not just being like, I'm not gonna lose to you. No. It wasn't about an honorable fight because it was not an honorable fight in the first place. Malenia
she was
had
focusing on
one job.
Yeah.
Bring Radan to Mikela at any means
possible.
necessary. And that is why she bombed Kaled with the rot. With the Scarlet Rot. That's why everything's gone to hell. And to some extent, she did succeed. We just finished the job for her.
Yes, yes.
But at the same time, that's also why it's quite cathartic. Where you enter Shadow of the Earth Tree, Radon is staring down at you. You're like, oh shit, my actions have led to this. But at the same time, I cannot help but feel like there could have been,
Yeah.
like, I don't get it. Like, this is the weird part. In the teaser images, who did we get on the teaser image? A little pop quiz. For the teaser and promotional images of Shadow of the Earth Tree, who was up front?
It was always Mikola, right?
Mikola and...
Mesmer.
No, not Mesmer.
Oh, Marika.
No.
Oh, who?
Torrent.
Oh, yeah, yeah, right. In the fields.
Yes. The promotional art was not Mesmer, not Radon, not Moog, not Malenia, not Radagon or Marika. It's Torrent and Mikola. Torrent and Mikola. So I'm like, oh, okay, it's gonna be about the Golden Order, the Golden Family. Okay, cool. And then the cover art. The cover art. Who is on the cover art?
Wait, I actually don't know the answer to this.
Bro. Who's on the cover art of Shadow of the Earth Tree?
Well, let me look Googling right now.
Slightly off topic, people are speculating Godwin is Mikola's first pick. Ooh. Wow.
I see it. Okay, this one's Mesmer.
Exactly. So, promotional image is Mikola and Torrent. And then the cover art on the release is freaking Mesmer.
Giga Chad, by the way.
And Rani knew his plan, so she planned Godwin's assassination. Man, people really knew early on that Mikola is not to be messed with.
Yeah.
Man. Even got a figurine of Mesmer. Yeah, precisely. And what was the statue that we got from the base game? Malenia. Right? Malenia. So I'm like, okay, so Malenia and then Mikola and then Mesmer. I'm like, okay, cool. But the fact that the cover art of your DLC is about it's usually right for the base game, the cover art is usually the playable character. Look at Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro. It's usually the playable character. But for the DLC, it usually is the central character.
Yeah.
So I'm like,
yes.
Mesmer. Okay, so this DLC is gonna be about Mesmer. Imagine my shock when I reached like midway. For me, it's still midway when we enter Shadowkeep, and I'm like, why are you here? Why am I fighting you this early? This feels weird.
Dude, the first when you hear the mongrel intruder, I was like, already?
And then like it just baffles me how is that it? Is that the end of the Mesmer arc? Really? That's it? Because like, well, what about Leda? But the Leda and the other NPCs are centered around Mikola more than anyone else.
Yeah.
So I'm like, is that it? Like, why is he even on the cover? Like, I think personally, it would have been less disappointing if they still kept the Mikola on Torrent as the cover art. It would make more sense.
Yeah, it would.
It would make more sense. So again, this is my very big disconnect when I played through the game. I'm like, this is very weird. The cover art is Mesmer. I beat him halfway, and then not once does he get any more relevant plot points after I beat him. Like, that's it. I'm like, what?
Okay, I gotta throw a question at you. Do you think that these criticisms would exist if instead of Radon, the game gave us like a character that we haven't seen yet as a boss?
Haven't seen yet as a boss.
Yeah.
I think
Maybe
there
not
would be
necessarily
caveats.
Mesmer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think there would be caveats, but people would be more forgiving if it wasn't someone they know.
Right?
Or
if it was someone
if it's someone
completely
they
new.
know, but it's someone that wasn't explored as well in base game.
I agree.
There is a caveat for that. Because I get the hype. Like it's kind of like for for me, it's a bit weird, but I'm gonna do it anyway. But for Street Fighter 6, right? For Street Fighter 6, you're bringing back Bison. I'm like, I thought we already. What even is his relevance now? Like,
Yeah.
why is he here?
Bison,
And
Heihachi.
don't get me wrong, I love Heihachi's return in Tekken 8. It's hype, but I'm like, I thought we already put an end to this. Like, what? So yeah,
I
I'm like
thought,
with Radon. And again, the game explains why Radon is still there
and
at
within the
the end
narrative
of.
of the
I
DLC,
get
it's
it,
fine. It's fine.
but I'm like, again?
But you
Like,
can't help but feel
are we
disappointed.
running? Are we? Did they really run out of ideas? I'm like, there are so many NPCs they could have brought up in some way or another that could have
See,
fit this.
I wouldn't have minded if, like, final boss is like first phase it's Mikola, and then second phase you get actual Marika, like Prime Marika. I wouldn't have minded that either. Like, because it was like a story about Marika's godhood, right? And Mikola following in similar footsteps. And then
Yeah,
for all of a sudden for the consort arc to be thrown at you, all just and it felt like at last minute. It was just so odd.
I think for the narrative to work for that, Miko, they would have to change one aspect that I think is difficult. I think they
Mm-hmm.
wanted to make Marika like phase 2 or phase 3 even. We would have to free Marika from the shattered Elden Ring. But remember, that triggers the ending of the game already.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, that would be difficult.
That would be difficult.
You know,
But then
I had
again,
this
there are
thought.
other NPCs they could have leveraged. They could have leveraged maybe they could have added maybe a little bit of the Carrion Royals we don't know about,
Hmm.
or even bring back in some way or another, like Loretta, for example. Like I feel like there was not enough told about Loretta other than, yeah, she's just guarding Mikola's Erd Tree. Or even again, what a lot of people wanted was like Melina.
Oh, another thing that okay, there was like before I move on to this idea, I got this feeling when I played the final boss where it felt like the game had an expectation for how I would react. It felt like the game would think na if it showed me Radon, Prime Radon, like people wanted, I'd have like a reaction like Captain America holding Thor's hammer, where it's like everyone
Oh,
goes woo or celebrates. But then I was just like, why? Like
why?
really? It felt like they had an intended reaction or feeling that they wanted to evoke from the players that just didn't quite hit.
Yeah, it really didn't. Like we were expecting one thing, but man, like we didn't expect it to go this far away from our expectations. Or like, I don't know, if they really wanted to use Radan, Prime Radan at the end, there should have been a more proper build up, I think.
I agree. I
I
agree.
think story wise, it felt like main story wise, it's quite incongruent. I feel I feel like Shadow of the Erd Tree as an area is larger than the base game. But story wise, it's criminally short.
Yes, yes. It feels
It's
so.
weird. Even though Shadow of the Erd Tree is supposed to be just the size, if not larger than Limgrave, I just felt with how many areas there are and how large the areas are, I'm like, this is roughly the same size as the lands between. There's just a lack of like, Siofra River and the underground and um Paramazola, but that's it.
Oh,
But in terms of like size, I'm like, they're roughly the same size.
okay. I'm glad you mentioned that because there's something that we haven't talked about yet in Elden Ring that's a big talking point in Elden Ring. We haven't talked about it at all. And it's George R. R. Martin's influence on the story, right?
Mm, yeah.
And then what you just mentioned, it reminds me of how So I'm a Song of Ice and Fire reader. I read all the books and I watched Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a similar sort of feeling that I get watching the show compared to the books. That's like a lack of George R. R. Martin's influence or like
Mm.
a failure to follow through. And it's
Okay.
that George R. R. Martin does a really good job of expressing geographical politics.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
So in base game, it's like you said, like base game feels smaller, but somehow the different areas, different biomes, you understand no matter how disconnected they are from like the main plot, how each area interacts with another area and it affects the relations between them.
Not only
Like
that, it has a clear-cut identity.
exactly,
You can literally sum up every area with a faction. You
right?
look at Limgrave, Shattered Society. You look at
Mm,
Leyndell, the Shattered Golden Order. You look at
yeah.
Caelid, it's literally Radan. You look at Siofra River, the Secret of the Carians. You look at the river, the Lake of the Scarlet Rut, it's, well, Malenia. And then there's,
And
yeah, it goes on
and
and on.
each area with its own identity has a clear conflict with the surrounding
Yeah,
areas, right?
does.
So like you see Caelid and then it's like inflicted with rot, and then you see the border between Limgrave and Caelid. It's separated by this wall of fire, like this brick wall that's been set aflame by the red mane to prevent the spread. Things like that are just so subtle, but they do a good job of telling the story of the world.
Mm,
And in Shadow of the Erdtree, even if you have this area that's you have the frenzy area, you have a dragon area, they feel so disconnected from each other. Like they have their identity more or less, but you don't feel how they interact with the other areas or the other sort of cultures at large, where it feels larger, but it also feels more shallow.
mm.
And I think that's something that's like I don't know, like you can tell the seeds that were planted by George R. R. Martin, or at least the seeds that they wanted to tell with the story that weren't fully fleshed out. And again, it goes into like the sense of disappointment about how there are these really good ideas, but they aren't executed well.
Yeah, now that I'm thinking about it, oh nga, no. Yeah, yeah. Like, whoa. I
Right?
just realized. Yeah, you have a very good point there. Like, there there's almost a lack of identity in some of the areas, except for, actually, wait, there is one area that has a very, very obvious, like, foreboding identity about it.
Mm.
And it's the area with the, apparently, where the fingers come from. Remember that
Oh
cathedral?
yes,
Yeah.
yes,
That
yes, yes.
area for me was like, okay. Okay. This
That's
is,
sick.
that is
That's
sick.
sick.
Like, this is pretty fucked up. And of course, you have the several areas where you have to ring the bell, right? And like, this is
Mm.
clearly like, yeah, there are fingers everywhere. Like, thematically, good. But yeah, like you said, like, the Shadow of the Earth Tree seems to lack any. And again, I don't want to say that it's a bad thing, but in terms of like expressing that to the player, I think they could have done a better job. Like, you have the whole. I think one of the overarching arcs of Shadow of the Earth Tree is the fact that a lot of people have been called to, well, this realm, Mikala's realm, and they come from, at
Different
first
walks
they
of life.
were opposing factions, but because of
Yes.
Mikala's influence, they are on the same side. But when the Great Rune shattered, that is when they realized, fuck, we were brainwashed. So it's a mess, which kind of reflects the whole, the
The Game of
entire.
Thrones.
Well, not just the Game of
Or
Thrones.
the
No, not really, but like me, like, no, it kind of reflects the whole structure of the areas in Shadow of the Earth Tree. It's a fucking mess.
Yeah, yeah.
For better and for worse. I would say for better and for worse, because it does embody the whole chaotic nature of, like,
Mm.
yeah, Miquela is basically influencing the minds of these followers, but once it goes to hell, everything's gonna go to shit, and that's exactly what happened on a small scale. But imagine though instead if instead of it being Miquela being a manipulative god, like I still cannot for the life of me understand how is it that Mesmer is able to just sit there as if nothing's happening to him, and I'm like,
Yeah.
are
Yeah.
are we gonna ignore the fact that there's this one guy, this one demigod that's just fine and dandy, and I'm like, can we listen to what he has to say?
Unagi mentions that like horn scent culture is very prevalent throughout the area, and I agree. I think if there's one thing that like the influence of horn scent culture and the impact that horn scent culture had in everything that happens, that's one of the things that the DLC does well. But again, I
Yes.
think that goes into just how much care they put into writing Marika and Mesmer.
Yeah, and it's very incongruent. That's what I meant by it's incongruent. They put so much care in writing, focusing on the writing of Marika, Mesmer, the Horn Scent, hell, even to some extent, Miquela, because of Miquela's influence over
Hmm.
one entire freaking realm. And then the final boss is basically Radan. I'm like, what?
It goes like there's so many
Like again,
things. There's so many directions it
not
could have
saying
gone
it's
on.
bad or wrong, but that's why I love that I love this word that I use. Incongruent. Like it's not wrong, but like a skewed line, you're like it stands out in a wrong weird way. Like, huh? Yeah,
It
it doesn't make you go that's wrong or that's bad. You're just like, huh?
Yeah. It just goes back to like what I think my main complaint about the game, both in mechanics, both in like story, it's just that there's a logic that's being suggested all throughout, and then at odd times they just decide to throw out that logic.
Hmm.
And
I
you see that a
definitely
lot.
agree.
You see
Like
that happen a lot.
and yeah, like I said, like the thing about Miyazaki is that not many things in the game is a in his games are coincidences. Like they very rarely are. He makes sure that the bases are covered. But I just feel like for Shadow of the Erdtree, I'm like, why am I filled with more questions than answers? And why is it when I try to look for answers for these questions, I just have more questions?
Yeah. There are times where like a DLC or like a follow up to a story will leave you with more questions, and it
In a
feels
good way.
satisfying, exactly, in a good way, because it's deepened it, it's expanded on it, and now you have follow up questions on things that you already know. With this, it's like there are all these things that I do know, and then suddenly new information is presented at an odd time where it's like, okay, my question is, where did that come from?
Yeah, that's I was gonna say you have aimless questions, but then the other kinds of DLCs are like you have questions directed at things you can point at.
Yes. It's like a deepening sort of questioning
Yeah.
versus a are wait, this is just shallow surface level questions again that came out of nowhere. And it's like,
Mm.
that feels unsatisfying.
The area surrounding the Shadow Keep is so well done. It makes Radan Mikela quest feel like a joke. Yes, I dreadfully agree with that. Like dreadful because I'm like, what a wasted opportunity. Like,
Right.
and again, like wasted opportunity of the great rune shattering moment. I'm like, this should have a bigger consequence.
Yeah, what kind of like surprised me about that is like mechanically the trigger for that to happen is if you approach the Shadow Keep. If you get too close to the Shadow Keep,
Yeah, if
right?
you get too close to the Shadow Keep after
It's
you
like,
fight Rilana.
and it's interesting because you can trigger that in many different ways. You can just go straight into the Shadow Keep. You can go around the back, around where the Manus,
Yeah, the
the Church of
finger
Manus
manner.
Celestis, yeah, the
Yeah.
Finger Manor is. There's so many ways to trigger that, but all of it is centered around approaching the Shadow Keep. So it's strange that when you get to Mesmer, there is no acknowledgement about it whatsoever.
Yeah, like feedback or consequence, like so disjointed and incongruent.
Right? It's like there's a lack or there's a failure of interactions where interactions would have made sense.
Yes. Now, staying on the topic of like lore and its importance, I want to segue into the penultimate question.
Mm-hmm.
How does a boss's story or lore, this was suggested by Miko, affect how you view a fight as good or bad? Very good
I
question.
I think okay. I think there like when I ask this, I have like there are different like phases to this.
Hmm.
So you can look at the characters themselves. Do they feel epic? Do they matter to you? I feel like fighting Melania and fighting Radon in base game, those felt important because from the very moment you watch the opening cinematic, you know that these are big players, right? You see the epicness of it all. So it adds to the cinema of the experience. But I think a big part of that also is the environmental storytelling that builds up to the fight itself. I think one of the best examples is base game Radon, like the festival.
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah, yeah.
matters because you see the love and inspiration that he was able to evoke from his men that they're going to throw that sort of festival just to give him a proper send off. You see the build up into how the results of that fight will tie into Rani's destiny. There are so many things that set the stakes for why this fight is important. And then when you finally experience the fight and it doesn't disappoint, and you get to the scene where you defeat Radon, you see the stars get unleashed, and you get that cutscene of it all. It adds, it's everything. It's the build up, it's the climax, and it's the epilogue. You know, the descending action from it. All of that makes something feel special. I think it's so important to a
It
boss
is.
fight.
And hilariously, there is one game that has done this in every iteration really well
Mm-hmm.
without fail, regardless if the game sucks or is really good.
Uh
And
huh.
it's a fairly old but popular franchise that is set up to make a resurgence like next year with their newest title.
Okay. Okay.
That's Dynasty War.
Ooh.
Why
Ooh. That's
is
a
it
deep cut.
Yes, why is it that Lubu is such an imposing figure? Why is it that fighting him hits differently than fighting even the final boss of any Dynasty Warriors game?
Okay, you're gonna have to tell me. You're gonna have to tell me.
Because in every game, without fail, NPCs that are literally of higher rank than you always tell you, and sometimes in a cutscene, it cements the fact that, look, you feel like a god plowing through hundreds of nameless soldiers and whatnot and a few named officers. Lubu is not that. Like, even your general, who is higher rank, tells you, do not fight him. Run away, run around. Do not pass through Hulao Gate directly. Take the flank. So in your head, you're like, is he really that bad? And then when you fight him, depending on the iteration, he can have the most bullshit attack that literally goes through your guard and eats 80% of your health. And his standard attacks can deal like 10-20%. So you could literally die in 2 hits. Like the game, and the funny thing is like, well, that's cheap. No, 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 no. It doesn't, like, it's cheap for a good reason,
Yeah, it feels
because
earned.
it feels like, no, no, no. That's because, again, these characters are based loosely based off of history, right? A creative historical take on real events, right? The Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And I'm like, no, no, no. That's kind of lore accurate. Like, Lu Bu as a character is very feared and respected at the same time. Like, again, he is no joke. He is a big threat. So if you choose to fight
Mm.
which even history has said no sane man would face Lu Bu head on one. That's why the fight feels like really good, because you're like, no, history and literally the NPC and the game in that right is telling you, do not fight this guy, you will die. And you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyway. Right? So it because they take the time, and that only happens because Dynasty Warriors takes the time in every game. In every game, they take the time to tell you why Lubu is different. Because you have, even if you don't know anything about Romance of the Three Kingdoms or Dynasty Warriors, like if you boot up Dynasty Warriors 6 or 8 for the first time, Miko, the game will educate you. Why is this guy with a big spear and a red horse different from every other officer you have faced? What about him is different? The fact that they take the time and effort to establish that
Yes.
makes the fight itself more special. So it's not
Yes.
just because he is intrinsically stronger, or his armor looks different, or he is insanely strong, or he has a cutscene. No. It's the relevance of the cutscene and what the cutscene is like establishing, and the fact that NPCs on your side, fellow officers, and your general is like, oh shit, it's Lu Bu. Run away. You are not capable of defeating Lu Bu. Not once do they ever do that, except for that moment. So when you, like, from start to finish, depending on your pathing in Elden Ring, right? There are so many ways to reach, to complete the game, right? There are quote unquote optimal routes, but the requirement is always you just have to beat, what was it, 3? You have to beat 3 demigods, right? Was it 3?
Uh, 2 great runes to get to the
2
capital,
great runes,
and
yeah.
then
Yeah, 2 great runes to get to the capital. And you can do that in many ways, right? You can do that
yeah,
in many ways. Some people can straight up skip they can skip what's the name of
Rykard
the
is usually the skipped one.
yeah, they can skip Rykard, or they don't have to kill Godric and Renala. They can kill just one of them.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
can kill one of them, and then they go to Altus Plateau to trigger the Radan Festival, and then kill Radan, and then go
Yep,
back
yep.
and then finish the game. You can do that. But do note that for every demigod, no demigod gets special treatment as much as Radan for a
Yes.
very specific reason. And also, for the promotion of the game, and it was teased. What was the first promotional video we got? Malenia versus Radan.
I still remember that.
For a specific reason. It means that they are establishing as early as then, as important as the shattering of the Great Rune by Marika, as important as the assassination of Godwyn,
It's the duel.
the duel between Radan and Malenia has very serious ramifications and consequences for the lands between.
Yes.
Like, and it is something that you can miss. Yes, you can miss the
They're
Radan
optional.
fight.
Completely optional
You
bosses.
by defeating Godric and Renala, and then going up the elevator just to kill the dragon, the magma dragon, and then continue to Leyndell, you can skip Radan.
Yeah.
And even after defeating Radan, you can skip Malenia. Malenia
Yeah.
has a fairly, not as bad as Millicent, has a fairly obscure quest line to unlock the area. Like, yeah, you can miss the promotional statue that you get with the collector's head. Hilariously enough.
Dude, and it's good that you mentioned like the both of those fights are like those are that's the promotional material, right? That's how they hyped you up into the story to begin with, and neither of those fights disappoint.
Yeah, not once did we see Godfrey, of all things, in the promotional. Or no, the first thing that they showed was Radan and Malenia.
Yeah.
The shattering of the Great Rune. The assassination of name.
Godwin, Godwin.
Godwin. Yes, thank you. Godwin. Because
See,
those
there's
are the most important events. Even though Godfrey himself is the first Elden Lord,
yeah,
a
he's cool as
very
shit.
yeah,
I
a
love him. I
very
love him.
important, well respected figure in the history of the lands between. He is not as important as the assassination of Godwin, which we barely get anything on.
Yeah.
Which is so
Until
ironic.
now, until
Until
now.
now. My
Th-
god.
There's this thing also about Malenia and Radon in particular that okay, this kind of goes into cut content, but so it's a little bit unfair, but it's an idea that I loved.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that you look at Radon, right? Everything about Radon is executed base game. Caveat base game.
Gotta emphasize base game. And thank
Was
you for the hydrate,
executed
man.
it was executed to a T, right? But it
Yeah.
felt like with these two sort of parallel optional epic bosses, it felt like they were going for two very different feelings that I thought was very clever.
Mm.
Because Radon is massive, literally, but also in like a macro cosmic scale of things, right?
Yeah.
He's holding the stars at bay. He's this great general where defeating him puts so many things in motion. And then Malenia is tucked away in this like little secluded place that's completely optional to access to begin with, and you don't need to fight her. Who doesn't tie into any meaningful plot point of the main story. But
Mm.
there was cut content involving Millicent, where
Yeah, I
essentially,
heard of this. I saw snippets of it.
right, where Millicent is an aspect of Malenia, where
Yes.
she is Malenia's discarded pride. She is the piece. She is the pride that she let go of when she nuked Kaled to defeat Radon. And
Mm.
then Millicent's questline originally intended was for you to bring Millicent back to Malenia so that Malenia could regain her pride. So I like this idea that like Radon is this macro sort of world at large cosmic with cosmic consequences, while Malenia was a personal connection to you, the Tarnished. She was a friend that you encountered and traveled with throughout the lands between. And then when you finally have your duel with her, it's because you're making her whole. It's like this micro versus macro, meaningful in two very different ways, as much as they had their duel, but both of them just having this massive like sort of consequence for you as the Tarnished, both in terms of a plot perspective and from a personal character perspective. I thought that was such a clever idea. So it was a shame that the Millicent line was kinda cut. Because
Yeah,
Malenia was actually supposed to acknowledge you as her friend before you duel.
because if there's one word that I would add there, there's the world consequence versus the cathartic consequence, and that's literally the
Yes.
difference between
Yes,
Malenia and
exactly.
Radon.
Exactly.
Like fighting Malenia versus fighting Radon. When you're fighting Radon, it almost feels like it's just another one that I have to
Yeah.
do as Tarnished becoming the Elden Lord. But the fact that Malenia is literally out of the way for obvious like video game secret boss reasons, but as a lore and personal reason, you sought her out.
Yes.
Barely anyone gave you clues as to where she is. Cause even fucking douchebag all knowing was like, I don't know where the fuck Malenia is. Oh, so much for all knowing.
All
You
knowing,
do-
all hearing.
All knowing, you don't know where the fuck Malenia is?
And then
Okay.
you find her. You find her.
Find the
Because of
albinoric
your
woman. Like,
personal
okay.
connections.
Find the albinoric woman for the umpteenth time.
Right? You know, compared to Radon, like every quest that sort of is supposed to lead you to Malenia, they're personal connections. They're your connection to
Even
Vectena.
Mikola!
Even Mikola!
Even Mikola! Even Mikola! Oh, fuck.
It's like, how does fucking Moog from from the sewer know more about the location than fucking Gideon, the all-knowing with all his resources. That's
I
so
don't know where
funny.
the fuck they are. Fuck you.
Meanwhile, can you just imagine Gideon like being like that villain from Iron Man? Moog was able to find Mikola from a cave.
Mog was able to find Mikola from a cave.
He found him from a sewer, chained to an altar, and we can't find him. That's so funny. I love you, Nagi.
How did you find the Albinaric woman? She was not far from the village of the Albinorics. I don't know.
Did you check the pots?
Did you check maybe like the trail of blood left from her like losing her wolf and shit?
Oh, that's so funny. Man, Gideon's just taking L's all throughout.
Yes. Else all throughout. Oh, if there's one questline, I will say before I move to the final question, if there's one questline I think should have been like it was leading to a very big picture, I think, but wasn't explored enough. Freaking what's the name of the adopted daughter of
Oh, Na... Nefali?
Nefeli? Yes, Nefeli Lu.
Nefeli,
I'm
Nefeli.
like, her whole quest line, depending if you give her the potion or not, I find it a bit too like if you go for the good route where you don't give her the potion, obviously,
Yeah.
and you have her help you restore a little bit of order in Limgrave, I'm like, that last name though.
You're right.
I'm like, doesn't that have like serious like ramifications? The fact that she shares the last name of freaking Horalu, like, what kind of untapped potential does she have that she doesn't even know of?
Yeah.
I feel like that was a bit open-ended, and it's quite obvious if there is only one quest line that, although a bit bloated for one arc, it is very clear they knew what to do from start to finish. Rani's quest line.
Yes.
They
yes,
knew
yes.
what they were doing about that quest line from start to finish. And I'm just like, why do we not get this though?
The quality of writing in the Rani quest is so miles ahead of every other quest.
It's all over the place. Like,
everything from
Yeah.
I'm a big believer that for like a quest line or for like for a plot, the supporting cast is as important to making you care about it than the actual main players. And I think the Rani questline did a really good job of that, because aside from Rani, you care about Blade, you care about EG, you care about you care in the sense that you want to kill Celavis.
Yes. I was about to say I know who you're talking about, but you're like, wait, I need to word this schmuck properly.
Yeah. It's like, but like,
Especially
every
after you go to
supporting
his fucking
character-
basement. I'm like, I'm gonna fucking
Right?
kill you. I'm gonna fucking kill you.
every part of that, like, you care so much, like all of these characters have an impact on you somehow, and that it's so interesting. I think the Thea quest like did a pretty good job between like, the twins, D&D, Roger and Fia, but then still the Rani quest is the gold standard.
Yeah. And yeah, see, Unagi, that's my entire point. I'm like, are we really going to gloss over the fact that her last name is Lu? And that she also uses axes, although 2 axes, an axe just like freaking Godfrey?
Okay.
And she also has an animal familiar. Her animal familiar is a Stormhawk.
Okay. I have a counter argument that this is my headcanon for how to like take the Nefeli Lu arc. And it's so much is made about how the further down along the line of the demigods, the more diluted your divinity is, right?
Mm.
So that's a plot point. Like that's why Godric Godric, yeah. Godric is such a pussy. And he's such
Godric the
a
Grafted. Yeah. Because
yeah, yeah.
like
He's such a joke.
nepotism,
Yeah,
nepotism,
nepotism, but he's like
nepotism.
so far down. So I kind of think of the Nefeli Lu, like between Nefeli Lu, Kennethite, and Gostock, because those are the three that you'll see in the throne room if you see that quest to its completion, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of okay with them somewhat being disconnected from, their namesakes or the golden lineage, because it's sort of establishing that this is an age beyond the age of gods.
Yeah. Beyond the
It's
age of
the age of
gods.
men.
Yes.
So I think that's sort of the idea that maybe they were going for, that I can kind of get behind a little bit.
Oh yeah, I can definitely see that, and I agree. But I was like, man, like
But yeah, the untapped potential. It's like what could have
I'm
been.
just like,
Is
wait, her
It's
last name
fascinating.
is Lou. We're really gonna just gloss over that? Damn. We
It's
don't
like
even.
barely ever acknowledged. It's just like the throwaway lines about how she's a warrior.
Uh, warrior.
Eh, but not the most egregious example of lazy writing.
Yeah.
After everything we've
Like
talked
I
about.
don't think it is even lazy writing. I
Yeah,
don't. I think
it's
it's
still
just
pretty
like it's
good.
a missed opportunity more than anything.
Yeah. But
Really.
still not a full miss. Not
Yeah,
definitely
not a
not a
full.
full miss.
But definitely no other quest line comes close, in my opinion, to the quest line of Rani. Rani's quest line is beautiful.
It's so
Rani's
good.
quest line is absolutely beautiful.
Everything. It's just I love I love the idea of like Rani entire personal arc being her fighting for her own personal freedom, and the culmination of her arc being that she decides to let everyone else have their freedom. I think that's beautiful.
Also, like, fuck the system.
Yeah.
Basically, she's like,
Ex-
fuck the
I
system.
I love it. It's like, okay, I'm a bounce with my beloved. Y'all take care of yourselves. I don't give a fuck what you do.
Like, Jen, and she's very, like, she's still grounded about all of it, right? She's not
Yeah.
gonna be like, everything's full and everything is fine and dandy. Let's all be compassionate, make a lot. No, she's not
And
like
she
that.
she never presents herself as a hero. She
No, she
fully
doesn't.
acknowledges all the fucked up things she's done. She's like, "Yes, I did that all. Are you still going to help me?"
The best part too. Do you know who is one character that kind of mirrors that
Hmm.
mentality? And I wanted that. I wanted a little bit of interaction between the two because they
Who?
definitely high five with how they see the state of the lands between.
Who?
Melina,
Oh yeah.
Melina, are you ready to commit a cardinal sin? I'm like, huh, huh?
So again, this goes back to the frustration of why no more Melina.
Yeah, it all goes back to Melina.
It always goes back. It's such the lack of Melina is so frustrating. I swear to
Yeah,
fucking god.
untapped, so much untapped potential. All right, final question. Final question. Well, um, it's kind of tied to one of your suggestion, which is does the DLC deliver from a lore or story perspective? But
Yeah.
we'll
The
sum it
final
up with also Gloam Eye Queen. Hell.
missed opportunities, man. The missed
So as a
opportunities.
DLC for Elden Ring, what are your final thoughts for Shadow of the Erd Tree?
Final thoughts. Like I said, I think at the very start, I still think it's a success. I think it was a lot of fun to play. There are a lot of interesting and cool ideas presented. I think Mesmer is one of the characters of all time. I think the way they built on just I think them telling the story of the Golden Order and telling the full collapse of the Golden Order and seeing how it was so cyclical in its violence. I think all of those things, like from a lore story perspective, overarching, like macro scale, I think it was still very well done. I have very, very, very strong complaints about certain specifics, certain decisions that were made, but I still enjoyed the story a lot, and I enjoyed the DLC a lot. What about you? What about you?
Um, me personally, I was going to mention that to Dagi actually. If there
Ooh.
is one really cool area in Shadow of the Earth Tree, and I'm like, wow, nice build up, and I'm like, that's it.
Mm.
Midra.
Midra.
Mi- Midra. I swear to God, when I went to the fucking
Yeah.
Forest of the Frenzied Flame, the fact that Torrent, who has never bucked you off at any point in base game and Shadow of the Earth Tree, the only time Torrent does that is when you get close enough.
Yeah.
And then you get the very haunting foreboding message, turn back. Turn like
Combat is not an option.
combat is not, you cannot even see them. Turn around. You have been warned. I'm like,
It is so sick.
okay. And then when you encounter the enemies for the first time, you try to hit them, nothing works except
And like, no,
parrying, and I'm like,
combat
wow,
is
this
not an
is
option.
cool. Yeah, this is hella cool. And then when you go through the manor of Midra, when you go through the manor of Midra, I'm like, there are a few breadcrumbs here and there, but I'm like, that's it?
Yeah.
Like,
You know, th-
that's it?
one of the questions like we talked about a while ago.
Even the frenzied flame maiden quest line was a lot more interesting.
It was.
It was a lot more interesting than Midra, and I'm like, huh?
It was. We talked a while ago about like how does a boss's lore affect whether the fight is good or not, right?
Yeah.
And I think in my answer I said like it's a lot of things. It's both in terms of like what's the impact of the story and what's the atmospheric build up to it.
Yes.
I think the Midra fight nailed the atmosphere. It nailed the
Yes.
arena. It nailed the zone. The entire area sent it made it feel like you were suddenly playing a horror game. And that's what the Frenzied Flame is. It's horror. It's like you should be afraid of the Frenzied Flame.
Yeah, one
But
of the most stalwart companions you have, Torrent. Even Torrent is afraid.
right? But in terms of like how does the Frenzied Flame interact with the Horn Scent culture? How does the Frenzied Flame come or interact with like the foundation of the Golden Order? All of that, like there is nothing.
There's barely anything.
So
Barely.
it felt so it did feel so shallow, which is such a shame for such an interesting concept, right?
Like, in my opinion, like if they were going to introduce these really cool areas, these really cool NPCs
Mm.
with enough interest where I'm like, okay, what do you got? What you got? What are you about? And then they give you nothing. I'm like, you may as well have not introduced them in the first place, so I wouldn't be
Yeah.
disappointed.
Dude, I honestly think like Midra, I would have been happier with Midra being a boss in base game. Because I think
Yeah.
like in base game there would have been more opportunities like between like the Hayeta quest line, the Village of Frenzied Flame, the Eye of Sauron, Vike. Like there would have been so many more interesting ways to present the Midra fight compared to it being such a tucked away sort of afterthought in the DLC.
Yeah, I honestly agree. It's one of the things about writing, not in just games really, but in creative works. If you're going to introduce something, have a point.
Yes, yes.
Like have a point.
Intentional writing.
Intentional writing. Like and again, it's all about like doing enough. Like that's one way to gauge if someone is really good at what they do. They don't flaunt their ability. They just
Mhm.
do enough, right? Like why would a professional let's go back to fighting games as an example before we go back to Souls games. Like why would a professional fighting game player do such a complicated combo when they can do something simpler with the same reward?
Yes, yes.
So in Souls games, why does someone who can easily beat a boss with just like all the tools in the game, why would they impose themselves doing it one-handed, blindfolded, dance pad, ankle weights? Like, they
Because
don't
it's
need
cool.
to. You don't need to. But there is still a purpose. And that's the hilarious part, right?
Yeah.
There is still a purpose for that. Why do I do no-hit Malenia runs? Because I want to challenge myself. Because it's fun. Because it's cool. Whatever. That has a purpose. But when it comes to writing though, that is when it better have a fucking purpose
Yeah.
than, hey, look, this is cool. No, 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 no. Like it can't just be cool NPC, cool area, cool unique mechanic where, oh no, Torrent is too scared to even be summoned. These
Mm.
enemies are parryable only and then you can hit them. I'm like, this is hella cool. And then I get no like world or lore, like that's it.
I think this goes back to why I'm such a Mesmer fanboy, because it was such efficient storytelling.
Not just efficient, but hilariously, it Mesmer as a character highlights the best and worst part of the DLC.
That is so true. That is so
Mesmer
true.
embodies, in my opinion, the best and worst part of the DLC. If we deconstruct Mesmer in three areas, you can already see where I'm going. Let's
Yeah,
start
yeah.
at the base level with just a fight. Right? The mechanics of Mesmer are not that complicated.
Yeah.
His power level is scaled to his identity as a character, and you can fight him. This is one thing I liked about Shadow of the Erdtree. There are more bosses you can parry than in base game. There is barely any boss you cannot parry, which means there are more viable strategies and playstyles for you to defeat bosses.
Yes.
Mesmer is no exception. You can cheese him, you can fight him honestly, and there are so many ways that you can make the fight easier or harder, but it will still work. And that's just the fight. Number 2, what about as a world or lore presence?
Yes.
Mesmer
like
has.
as an impact player.
Yes, it impacts you as a player that outside of just it looks like a snake eye so smart. Yeah, like I said, whatever Miyazaki does, it's never coincidence. It makes sense that his eye looks like a snake's eye, and
Peak design, peak writing.
yes. Um you look at the mere presence of Mesmer, even outside of you need Mesmer's flame, hilariously, just like how you needed the Fire Giant's flame off of the whatever to, burn the Erdtree. You also need that to open the part that's filled with the brambles, just like Lands Between of the Shadow Tree. Right? Just like the Shadow Tree, so you can get to the top of the whole structure where Mikola is. Right? Outside of that, his very presence there hilariously breaks through the very area he is in. What do I mean? Just like how Radon is important for Shadow of the Erdtree as an area, Mesmer's presence here is very indicative of his importance in the Lands Between. For the sole reason of Marika. Like that's just one example already. And lastly, number 3, his writing as a character in general. There are so many things about his character that is very appealing. Like, you both love to hate and hate to love. I think the Skibidi Tree avatar is cool. It is.
The Skibidi Tree avatar. Oh,
Evil
okay.
Sunflower.
As a super quick tangent, one
Yeah.
thing I loved about the Skibidi avatar,
We're really calling it the Skibidi Tree. Okay.
yeah, was the music. Because it's I think the only 3-phase boss fight.
It is.
And then when you get to the third phase, the music goes from, the usual epic boss fight to just this sad sort of mourning song where it's like you feel the despair of the tree as it knows it's about to die.
Yeah.
Ah, that was excellent.
Musical story writing. And again, why do I say best and worst? What's the worst part about Mesmer as a character? His untapped potential as all 3. His
Yep.
arena is so small. that we do not get to see like how wild and his full power is if he was given an arena as large as Radon's, or not even Radon. So let's say not as a round arena, let's say just even as large as, say, Godric.
Yeah.
Would have been better. And then as a presence, right? His presence
placement in
there,
the
his
story.
placement there, like, that's it? Midway through the game? And then his character writing, right? Down to his design of the Marika seal, the fact that his animal familiar is a fucking snake, and like there's just so many they could have done. So many things they could have done with Mesmer, and they just did not do, but it was
Yeah.
set up to be there.
Yeah.
So-
But at least with Mesmer, it goes back to what we said earlier, that there's like, sometimes you ask questions, but it's a deeper
It's a
sort
deeper
of
one.
thing because
Yeah.
of what you've been presented. At least with Mesmer, it's that.
And
It's not you feel cheapened out or cheated out.
And in a very weird way, that is why I say that he embodies the best and worst part of Shadow of the Erdtree. All of the things that you love about Mesmer, and all of the things you have a problem with Mesmer, it applies to every part of Shadow of the
Shadow of the
Erdtree.
Erd-
There are so many things you love about the game, the DLC, the areas, the music, the enemies, the weapons, the armor, etc., etc. Your disappointments mirror that towards the feelings you have for Mesmer. It's like you want more. The game shows you a fraction, and then that's it. You want more to love or hate about Mesmer, but you're just not given enough.
Not gonna lie, would play again.
Precisely.
Not gonna lie, would 100% play again.
It's quite ironic how, again, it also goes back to the base game. A lot of people, even after, especially before they added torrent for the Elden
for the Elden
Beast,
Beast fight, yeah.
people in their heart of hearts were like, no, the real final boss is not Elden Beast, it's Radagon.
Yeah, yeah.
For most people, the real best final boss of Shadow of the Erdtree was not Radon. No, it's Mesmer.
Which is such a shame.
Which is
how
such a
early
shame.
his placement
Which is such a shame. That's precisely my point. It's such a shame.
Ah,
It's like I honestly think, this is my suspicion and my theory. I think midway through development, their vision changed.
I kind of feel that too. I feel like they.
Because the promotional art speaks volumes for me. The difference between the promotional art and the cover art, now that I think about it, I'm like, wait, this was a warning. Promotional art, not Mesmer. No, it's Mikela and Torrent. And then the cover art, Mesmer. I'm like, why?
Now I'm starting to think, like, was it a case of the vision was always Radon, and then at some point in development they realized, wait, we cooked a banger up with Mesmer, and then they shifted to member, or was it
No.
that
I think it's more like, we can't give these guys Radon again, right? I think that's where they fucked up. I think their vision was really just to focus on Mikela, and I think by extension, Melina! I'm not gonna get over that. I think their focus was really, and by extension, Godwin! I think their focus was really just Mikela and Radon, and then the immediate, like, family line from there. But I think they hesitated because they're like, we can't show them Radon again, right? We have to cook something new. That's where they then started to lean on Mesmer. And I'm like, oh no, but our vision is about Mikela. We still have to deliver that. So, instead of giving a completely cooked, completely cared for singular central character, we have two incomplete,
halfway, yeah.
untapped, halfway delivered characters, two of them. which is, in my opinion, a much bigger disappointment.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think that is what happened.
I can see it. I can see it.
I
I can
really
see how
think,
that's possible.
yeah, I honestly think that was the problem. I think if they focused on one, I think they wanted to focus on one, they could have done a much better job than trying to deliver on two. I
But
think
we
that
got what
was,
we got.
yeah, we got what we got. Still though, fuck this game, but I love this game.
Fuck this game, but I love this game. Yes.
Yes.
The cry of every gamer.
And in particular, anyone who plays a Souls game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see like what the Zully, the witches, and the Bati videos are gonna cook up the next few months. That's
Oh
always
yes,
fun.
that is
That's like,
also
that's like
always fun.
it's like the second phase. Like you experience the game for yourself, and then you see the lore experts, and like, oh, what are they gonna cook? And it's like, it's part of the experience for me.
And man, like I really am looking forward to whatever the hell Miyazaki's next project is, because
Oh, for sure.
I
For sure,
cannot
for sure.
I cannot for the life of me even theorize what it would be, because it can really go either way, and I am still confident in Miyazaki's like ability. But for fuck's sake, please make it optimized. In my opinion, like out of all the games, I think Elden Ring is like the worst when it comes to optimization. Even Sekiro and Dark Souls 3 did not have this bad of an optimization problem, which is weird.
Well, I can see the open world sort of like the first foray into open world being an issue, but
Yeah,
again, there's no excuse for some
it's
of
not an
the
excuse though.
mistakes,
Yeah,
especially when some of the problems have been there from since day one.
yeah.
Okay, I know you said like final thoughts, so like okay, last question I want to throw at you.
Yeah, no
Do
problem.
you think we are going to see more Elden Ring, or is this truly it, as Miyazaki has said?
I honestly think this will be it, because for one specific reason. I do not think they are going to it's a crime you cannot turn off effects during the red effects.
I'm sure there will be a mod for that in due time.
Onagi, I think the Redan fight in of itself is a crime. I think the Redan fight in of itself is a fucking crime in general. It is. But anywho, I honestly think it's not gonna happen. Like I don't think there will be another Elden Ring, because I think for Elden Ring 2 to work, they'd need to have George R. R. Martin back on the team again. And I don't think
I agree.
a venture they will try to do again.
Dude, you never know. You never know.
Unless George R. R. Martin himself wants to. But
That motherfucker will do anything but write Winds of Winter, okay?
but
That dude's just like me. He's looking for ways to procrastinate.
but I doubt it. I honestly doubt it. I don't think so. That's why I think their next title should, I don't know, like I'm very, very biased towards it. Either Sekiro sequel, prequel, or they try the Tenchu project again.
Mm.
Like on
I
like
wouldn't mind the Tenchu. I wouldn't mind the Tenchu. Not
if
gonna
they
lie.
want something linear, Tenchu. If they want to do something open world, Sekiro. Because Sekiro still follows the old Souls formula where you have big linear areas, right? They are linear, but they are big areas. But for, and again, like I remember Onagi mentioning this in, I believe it was Elmo's chat. Like imagine a Sekiro game with I don't know. Imagine all the Sekiro mechanics, the game, but with the Elden Ring open world elements. I'm like, yes,
Oh
sign me
yes,
the hell up for that. Sign me the hell up.
yes, yes,
I
yes.
want that. Yeah, I cannot wait to fight Masataka Oniwa! My name! Yeah, I know. So, and of course, Robert. I cannot wait, like, as a game, in terms of, like, playing it, rather than experiencing it, playing Sekiro still for me is the best. Just playing it, Second to second. Yeah, that's the word. That's the phrase I wanted to use. Second to second moment of Sekiro. Nothing can beat it, in my opinion.
That's true. That's
Or
true.
compared to other Souls games, second to second moment of Sekiro is by far the best of Souls like or FromSoft games. That's
It,
why I
it's
hope their next.
fast.
Yes,
It feels
it's
responsive.
feedback is immediate.
Yes,
Feedback
that's the
is
thing. Like
immediate.
how responsive a game feels. It's such a big thing for me
It is a
too.
big deal. So, for their next project, I honestly hope it's either Sekiro open world or if they want to go back to their linear roots, Tenchu.
So what I'm hearing is I want more ninja shit.
I want more ninja shit. I want more ninja shit.
I'm gonna be happy to play whatever they put out. I hope for more Elden Ring. I would like one more or a sequel. I would not complain. But if this is it, I'm okay with this being it too.
I'm gonna laugh if their sequel is called Elder Ring. Elder Ring.
Oh, you just get hit with the Elden Cube.
I'm a gaijin. I want ninjas in the Older Ring.
Older
Older
Ring.
Ring.
We get Eldest Ring.
Eldest Ring.
Okay, the brain cells are leaving. The brain cells are going away.
Yeah. My god. Ancient Ring. Oh my god. If it's a prequel, Ancient Ring. If it's a sequel, Older Ring.
Older Ring.
Older Ring. You know, that's weird. As a streamer, I have been seeing a lot of those chatbots recently than the past few months. That's weird. I wonder what the hell is going on.
There
Yeah.
have been a lot recently.
Thankfully, Saribot is not slacking. Okay. That has been the last question. And of course, a big thank you to my guest, Miko, for being such a great guest. Not just
I had a lot of fun.
co-yapping with me, and of course, being able to bounce off with our takes and our thoughts on the game that we clearly love and hate and love.
Yes. Yes, for better or for worse.
Yes.
Got a lot of thoughts.
Yes, big thank you. And of course, to everyone in the chat who listened, shared your thoughts, asked us stuff. Thank you so much for staying this long in a really long Shrine Talk. Usually these things are only about 2 hours or 3. We're 4.5 hours in.
I'm sorry, dude. You signed me up. You know the yapping is gonna.
Oh
flow.
yeah, I already knew. When you suggested the questions, I'm like, oh, we're gonna talk about Lore Army, no problem. I love yapping.
I love it.
And this is just Elden Ring. You do not want to yap with me when it comes to Metal Gear or Resident Evil. Oh boy, I could go on.
If you ever want to, you know where to find me.
Fuck yeah. Alright.
Thank you so much for having me. I had a lot of fun. And thanks for
Yes.
everyone who tuned in. Like, I hope we made that enjoyable for you guys as well.
Yes. Now, of course, I always do this. Before I end the stream, do you have any announcements or like future streams that you have planned up or anything?
It's funny that you're asking me that. In terms
I always
of plans,
do.
none whatsoever. But I will try to stream more. I am going to try to stream more. And by more, I mean maybe we can do like once a week. Probably still mostly fighting games, but I'll throw in some, I don't know, some like yapping streams, maybe some music streams here and there. But yeah, so you can follow me at twitch.tv/MikoPod. Y'all, most likely if you know Inari, like you've heard my voice at some point. So yeah, so thank you all, and hope I can see you guys again around sometime.
Yep, be it in our VC or in our mutual games that we play, you know.
Yes sir, you know it.
Wait a minute. Is this the... Oh, okay. I just
that's
like
fair.
how I'm looking at your page, and then the first thing I see, I'm a filthy liar. Like, what?
Yep, that's me.
There's just a
That's
clip. There's a
me.
clip called "I'm a filthy liar." I'm like,
Yep,
wait,
that's me.
I'm a filthy liar. And of course, a big thank you, of course, as well to Miko for being a good sport when I made the thumbnail.
Oh, you know it. So I'm all for the memes.
Yeah, as of course, I always respect people's like
Of course, and I love you for that.
consent and shit. All right. I will see you all next week. Next week will be the last week for regular streams because starting August, second week of August, I will be going through each of the milestones that we reached for the VTuber SummerSlam. So there is the
Ooh,
Dead
sick.
by Daylight stream, the Smash Bros Ultimate stream,
Let's go.
writing a fanfic with you guys. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot to go through. But I will do my best to finish each one before I do my anniversary stream, which will also be around last or third week of August. I will let you guys know beforehand. All right. We'll see you in our respective streams. Yes, I said our because I am indirectly putting pressure on Miko to fucking stream.
I will. I promise. I will. I won't forget. I won't forget this time. I forgot for a year. My bad.
I I wonder how many feet allegations you'll get before you actually go live.
Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so funny. We're just adding to the lore now.
Miko more likely to get allegations of liking feet than going live. You gotta beat that allegation, dude.
I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna go live.
You would
Just to
go
set the
live.
record straight.
Yeah. All right. Take care,
All right.
everyone. Have a good weekend. Take care. Have a good day, everyone. Bye.
Bye bye.